no one would give a bunch of 21-year-olds money to start a fintech company. So we didn't. But we had a couple of skills between the co-founding team. Talented marketer, and so you build it. We were like, it was all of the tweets that were sent out of PiggyVest account. When you're starting out a business, your biggest source of capital is human capital, right? If you don't have all the skills, please find people that do. Right? But when we started, it really wasn't. And it wasn't for lack of trying. It was because everyone was like, yeah, no, we have to see traction. And you know, the finance experience, you can't write interesting jiggers. And I've seen it happen. So you have to really you have to dig deep. I know it sounds cliche, but that's kind of how we did it, right? When people are the business vision forward, country has democratized it to their time, but you can speak and try. So that's kind of having a massive democratization that has been steadily happening since 2016, that as the owner of an SME, you can feel free to tap into to grow the business. Content strategy is one of the many strategies that you can employ, but it's a really good one when you have like clarity of purpose, clarity of vision, clarity of mission.
Okay. Able to find partners of like minds to come together to build PiggyVest. How were you stealing the idea and run away? To ask is
So the first question, I'll say I was really lucky. I went to school with all of my co-founders. We were all in Covenant University, graduated and all of that. But, so in that regard, very privileged, very fortunate. Right? So I trusted them since we were basically kids. So we've known each other for a bit. That being said, if you're looking for a partner, one, when every other thing is going like to pieces, you are still able to interact with this person. People that you respect, because you will fight bitterly. And it has to be that mutual respect. That's the bond that's holding you guys together to continue to further that vision. So mutual respect is the basis for, if you like them in terms of the fact that when they quarrel, you guys will still wake up and continue. You agree with. You agree? No. So you have to find those people. I respect Josh, I respect Somto, always have, always will. And I will not tell you that we don't fight. We really do fight. I want a product, and I want to go one way to the common ground before we present it to the rest of the team. So how do we do that? Eventually, we do, because even though I have my own thoughts, my own ways, I more than respect. So this is the point they're trying to make. About a 6-year-old business questions. So every single day, wake up with a vision and a mission. That's the reason why access is very important. People need to know who they're putting their money with, because we're a fintech company, we don't have branches. So when you start, we have an office upfront and transparent with that information. Upfront and transparent with what you invest, what your users used to build and can only build over time. No force to our users. It's a constant journey of building user trust. The work is never done.
Okay, I think a lady should ask. Yeah, thank you very much. I want to actually ask Fit. I'm asking this because I currently run a last mile delivery company where we ensure goods and services are delivered from one point to another. And we do this using the Uber model, where we have no single bike, and we have run over 800 websites. And we don't want to on a single one. Thank you.
So I think that this is a very layered question. I will say, from my perspective, we built a web app first, because websites, web apps, universal. Android, iOS, they can both use it. And I think that when we started, the resources required to build 2 different apps for 2 different OSs. That money that you used to build it, what else could you have been using it for? Right, and in case people don't want to use the app, this is not separating the operating systems, but apps help to validate. You can start to consider apps. And there's subtraction, you can start to consider apps. But universality first, because as a young business, one of the most important things that you can do is, sorry.
Hello, good afternoon, count. And anytime I have my normal savings, I put my money there. My business funds, I put it there, so I don't spend it easily. tap the piggy vest one. They fine. I started put what are they no program for.
Right. I mean, so but that wasn't as sustainable for us during the pandemic because a lot of the things we wanted to do physically. In fact, before the pandemic, we had are very interested in support. But I think that just as the world is going, continue to use the product and skill-based will be financial management. It is coming, right? The idea for us is to help everyone better manage their finances, provide clarity, and just empower you to be able to do that financial management. So I have to tell you that it's coming. They're already giving me side eye, so I'm just going to say that it's coming. We're going to have a product for you, and we're going to have programs for you. We're going to rejig it. Virtual event. So thank you guys so much. I have to drop off now, but this was really, really fun. And thank you for accommodating me joining virtually. I hope you enjoy the rest of the day, and well done.
Thank you so much. People are better than Lagos people. Lagos people, they are dulling us now. In Ibadan, we had a lot of fun. I know that you are tired, you are hungry. We have some light refreshments, but we're going to take one more session before we take those refreshments, right? Just one more, and let's take a minute. Let's stand up, let's stand up, let's stand up. Stand up, stand up, stand up, stretch. This guy is stretched, I hear, since the call. I've earned your pay, I've earned your pay. I'm not even paying the guy, I'm still making him out that I sent his pay. Okay, so we can sit down, we can sit down. Our next session is on networking for sales, right? I see that a lot of people like Jaus, they are already networking. Please, before you network, if you are a man that owns a business, before you network with women, make sure the woman is a potential customer or collaborator or partner. Don't waste your networking to network. Go and eat food. Amazing stuff. For those, Costa is going to share with us how he built his business. He's the MD CEO of Dutum Group. Dutum is a leading construction company in Nigeria. It's a 30-year-old business. God has been calling me for a long time. Now me, they avoid the call. I'm on a day pastor business. Anyway, Tokpa is even a pastor. Have you talked about aspiring pastor? So, he's going to be coming again. Dutum Construction is a leading construction company in Nigeria. They've done amazing projects in Abuja, in Lagos. For the next to live here, for example, without getting contacts and becoming friends with at least 5 people. Remember I said 3 things: getting contacts, becoming friends, and maintaining relationship. You see, this card thing that we share is a problem. You collect card, put it, especially for women, you put it in their bag, depending on the size of bag. it can get missing for 2 years. Somebody was washing my car. You see how many cards are by this side of the car? So please, when people give you card, put it on your number, on your phone. In fact, there's a new technology now that has codes on cards. So you just give the person, he scans it, and you collect your thing back, put it in your pocket. Exchange contacts on each other's and know where you're interested on this path and tell Mr. Tokwe.
Thank you, Ayo. Help my ministry. I can't hear the drum roll, please. Ayo, did you teach these people this drum roll thing? Thank you very much. There was something Ayo said that I wanted to start with so that I won't forget. Right. There's a story. Shion, can you give me my phone? Just one of them. So it helps me. It's like codifying. It codifies the number. Okay, so for example, I have a number here. It says Emmanuel, Western Ceramics. Put the person that I met the person through. So, or at an event, or thank you very much. Good afternoon. This afternoon, I'm going to be speaking briefly about how SMEs can effectively utilize networking for sales. The key word here is sales. We're SMEs, and that means that at the beginning and during the journey, we'll be bootstrapping a lot. And bootstrapping means that you don't have as much access to cash, which means your lifeblood will be sales. That's money that comes in from sales is what you're going to be pumping back into the business. Sales come so that the SME does not die before it has started. Because when you are bootstrapping, and like our earlier speaker spoke about financial management, and there's struggle with cash flow, the business can be profitable, but when there's no cash, the business dies. It's like you have snuffed out life. Okay, all right. Okay, there was a slide about me. It's been in existence for 30 years, my father, and we have done things differently, and we're still making a lot of progress. So some of the stories I'll be telling will be how, what I've done and some of the things that I've tried to do in using networks to build a business. So when I started being a part of the business in 2009, the only thing that was available, so this is important, whatever it is you have, you use it. The only thing that was available was that the company was in existence. There was no collateral, you know, and it was doing okay as far as that time was concerned. So I was in my little home office, which was the only office we had, and I was beginning to think, how do I start this journey? And it never really ends, right? It never ends. You start from somewhere and you just don't know where it's going to lead to. So sometime around 2012, a friend of mine visited Nigeria, and he told me that his brother was about to commission a construction project in Abuja. His brother had just been given the concept, was about over 60 billion then, 2012. And they said, would you like to attend the groundbreaking? I said, wow, it was simple. Get to the event, Oga, introduce me to the brother that has that 60-something billion project, and let's get straight to the point. That was my mission for attending. So we got there. Of course, he introduced me to the brother. Well, of course, that kind of a day is too busy. You are here with your card and trying to say, Oga, if you have one small culvert or drainage or walkway, just arrange something for boys, you know. There was no chance to have that conversation. So he also introduced me to another one of his brothers. And that brother was not the one who had the deal, but it was just in the audience. So again, we exchanged contacts, we spoke, and then that brother introduced me to a friend of his, right? And we also exchanged numbers and everything. And then after the event, this is very important. Try and take action. Don't leave things too long. So immediately after the event, everybody who I exchanged numbers with, and it's not every time, it's not easy, you need to just be disciplined to do it, that I exchanged numbers with and everything, I sent a text or a WhatsApp or an email. I don't let it go beyond 24, 48 hours. Simple stuff, just keep it light, you just don't know. So I had done that for everybody, his brother, his other brother, his brother's friend, and then incidentally, out of all these people, guess the only person that replied? The brother's friend. So look at, he was around, he called, he introduced me to the brother who was doing the stuff. Yeah. Then he introduced me to another brother. Then that brother introduced me to his friend. And then the friend replied, oh, Yak said you do construction. We have one small pavement that we want to do into our new club in Abuja. Would you be interested? I said, are you whining me? Would I be interested? Oh, bros. Please, if not joke, make you stop him. Of course, I did not reply. Message now. When you get there, ask for so and so. So I asked for the person. They showed me the road. I went prepared. I knew he told me what I was coming to do. It's not the one that they will tell you to go somewhere. You now say, okay, okay, I'm coming. And then you go 1 week, you have not come back. What are you doing? There and then they show, this is the road. Boys, yeah, measure. Immediately we measured. Before I left the place, I had texted him the measurements. By the time we got to the office, in 1 hour, bill, everything, quotation, boom. He said, okay, he didn't even allow me. I said, don't worry, down the road. And before the next time he came to, in fact, we had a plan of how they would pay. Finished, and then they called him from his office. Oga, these people have finished this road. He said, they finished already. So he called me and said, I'm impressed with your work. But that is not where the story ends. That was just the beginning. He said, okay, I have something, but I'd like to whine me. I said, the earth is the Lord and the fullness thereof. Is he on the earth? He said, yes. I said, is he in Nigeria? He said, and for context, I think, that road was about 7 million naira. Very small, okay, I apologize. Well, small now. At the time, it wasn't, right? But it's small compared to what happened next. Because when he called me 2 years later, what he was talking was what he was talking about, right? So when we submitted the bid, I was convinced he was whining me because I could not imagine that he had that kind of money. Hey, don't look down on people. We bid competing with some of the biggest and toughest names in Lagos, considering the fact that, remember, he said, anytime I have something in Abuja, I will call you. This was not in our territory. This was in Lagos. So we bid, it was stiff, and we got it. This story I just told you, if any of you the project I'm telling you, you can walk from here to where it is the Art Hotel. If you live around here, you probably know it. It's just opposite City. Is anybody familiar with this axis here, where Sheraton 4 Points is? It's just on that road. It was a 6-story building hotel, 50 rooms, swimming pool on the last floor, and I could not believe it. From doing pavement, but remember where the story started from. My friend was visiting. I always want to remember the source, because there are certain things that look seemingly irrelevant that could be the beginning of everything. But you guess what? The story has not even ended. So we started that project. On that project, just like I said, I could not imagine that my friend, so what happened was that when we started the project, it was not only him that was now involved in the project. He had financiers, he had investors, people used to just come to the site. And because it was the biggest thing that I had ever done, I used to resume on the site at 7 a.m. I was carrying the pom-pom myself. I was moving wheelbarrow if you are the one doing it. But if you waste my time, the guys used to come to say, which kind of MD is this one? If you come in the morning, we see him. If you come in the afternoon, we see him. If we say we have finished work and we are going home around 7, that's when he will just be dusting his shoe and be saying he's about to leave. So they were noticing. You don't know who is watching. They were noticing. I didn't know anybody was watching. Now the hotel was done, we finished, and then years later, one morning or one evening, I was traveling out of the Lagos airport, and I went to, I hope you don't mind me telling stories. I hope you are picking the lessons from inside the stories, right? I was going to change money at Travelex, and as I approached, someone said, I don't want to use the word nice, no matter who the person is, be kind, smile, handshake, whatever it is. I mean, now they're doing physical. I didn't know who he was. He now said, you guys are finished Azotel. I said, yeah. He said, oh, I've moved from the company that was one of the financiers. I've now started my own company. By the way, we're about to start a project. And are you whining me? Of course, immediately, it was when he gave me his card that I knew his name, right? Took his number, took his card, immediately, the day he landed, bam, text message, Tokwe, are you watching my movement? Yes, I am. Just so that we are clear. I hope you had a nice job. He said the QS is working. Anyway, that resulted in yet another project. Can you see the chain? It's from one source, so one source. Now, we finished the hotel. The guy called me and said, okay, I want to build a mall. Because of the way you did this one, would you be interested? By this time, you already know the answer. What's the answer? Now we have finished the mall, right? Now, as I was just thinking, and this is, when you are thinking about networking, you need to have a map in mind, right? Because your life, what I'm talking about is networking that results in sales, right? There's networking for different things. But I'm talking specifically, so it must be targeted. That means the places you go must be targeted. The things you do must be targeted. The way you appear must be targeted. For example, I would like to do business with this young man. What's the name, sir? Mr. Dipo Ewole. Because now as I'm speaking, why? And I'll give you this code. Because people do business with people they know, like, and trust. That is my formula. Know, like, and trust. So first of all, they must know you. How do they know you? This time, like, I've not even moved this slide, though. Sorry. PiggyVest co-founder spoke about social media. Social media has democratized everything. Your potential people must know you. You must be in front of them. After they know you, the next thing is they must like you. Because you don't do business with strangers. Right? Throughout the time, and I'll tell you this for a fact, after, some of the things I'm saying are very abridged. When we were invited to bid for this hotel, he will invite me to Lagos. We will not meet in the office. We will meet in the evening at like a hangout place. And this happened repeatedly for about a month. What was it trying to do during that period? It was trying to go beyond money looks to you. Anybody who gives you their money has trusted you. No, even the person that is doing delivery, you have trusted him with that 500 naira because you have spent your time and energy to earn that money. So you must understand that in everything you are here now, before you leave here, you are going to meet people that will know you, right? They must know you. What do you do? What are you about? How do you do it? What are you passionate about? And this is where stories are important. People connect with stories. People don't forget when you tell them stories, right? So people will know you from here. What you want to do is to try and move the conversation from knowing to liking. And then the moment that moves from liking to trusting, you can be sure that when there's an opportunity, they will remember you. All right? So, types of business. there are many free courses that are around in town. Don't stay at home if you can't afford paid ones. In this Lagos, I've attended, when I started coming for projects, I will attend free seminars like this. Then after a while, I started attending the ones that were paying 25K for. Then later, the ones that were paying 50,000 for. Then the ones that were paying 100,000 for. Then the one you are paying 1 million for is where you are paying $10,000, $50,000. You know that the kind of conversations you are going to be having has changed. But that does not happen overnight. You start with the one that you are able to. Don't kill yourself. Don't see program. I did not know. I was not prepared. So when they sent the fees, it was not ready. So I sent them an email. I said, due to current business exigencies, the CEO would be unable to be available during the period of this course. So can you, what's the word? When they defer, I said, I have gotten, right? He said, yeah, but we cannot. I said, you defer it. Oh. We started, the thing will go to the highest level. See, one thing you need to realize, it is in the hand of a human being. As long as they are a human being, you can go there. You can. He said, no, we don't normally do. I said, who is the person in charge of making the decision? Let us send him an email. I sent an email, they made an exception. And since me now, I think they've given one or two other people deferral. But what am I saying? Everything is in level. When I got in at that point, I was not ready for it. This thing is going back. Okay. Right. So, the story has not ended. So, after I finished the mall, I was telling you, there were financiers. I drew a map. Who are the people who I met, who said he has pulled out to start his own company, was a boy of somebody else. The boss, he took new projects coming up. When I was applying for my first job, if I want to make myself feel good, I'll be like, sorry, you're lost. But in my mind, it's really my loss. But to make myself feel good, I say, sorry, you're lost. So people say, nobody must reply you, right? It's not compulsory. So I sent him a message. He read, I saw blue tick. It was WhatsApp. He did not reply. I left it. Easter greeting, no response. But I didn't stop. You see, the messages, and I put myself now, I don't do that. I don't ignore. I might not have an answer, but at least I will acknowledge that, I've received your message, I will get back to you, or it is not happening right now. But everybody has different ways they deal with pressure, right? But guess what? All along, I actually have a project coming up. It is going to happen but I've already decided who I want to give it to. But just submit so that we can use your figure to compare with. I didn't feel bad. Huh? So when they sent the stuff, we submitted. And I kept on reaching out. And of course, I pray. It called me a pastor. I pray small. We do what we can. And then at 6:30 in the morning, my phone rings. I was in Akure. I remember very well. There's another detail, but I'm not sure if it's appropriate. But I remember where I was. I remember where I was at the time. Skip it, yeah. So I picked the call like this. You get it? If you don't get it, forget about it. So he said, I'm calling you early this morning because I've not been able to sleep. I said, what's the concern? He said, something just tells me, it's a gentleman. As I'm speaking to you, we have started our project. But still, it was one source. Are you seeing the chain reaction? One source went there, engaged well, and now when I think about this chain, I'm thinking, have there been other places that I have missed because I thought the place was irrelevant? And I'm just learning to not make any environment irrelevant by seeing this chain, because the volume that has happened by this one source, the original friend he doesn't even know what has happened, because he just invited. It's like a friend inviting you to this program. If somebody invites you, it is left to you to take your destiny in your hands. Nobody, even twins, have individual destiny. All right? So now, we're at a time where networking has been democratized. You can DM anybody. You can use any strategy. One of the strategies, you want to meet someone, find out what they are doing. If you can send them a message on Instagram, Twitter, whatever. But one thing that has worked for me, if the person has written a book, I'll buy the book. Right? Now, you're looking for value from the person, but be a person of value. No matter how blessed and rich somebody is, they want their book to be sold, though. Not necessarily because of the money, but there's something about, oh yeah, we sold 1 million copies of our book. Our book is a New York bestseller. You know, so anybody that buys your book, you hold the person in a special place. So I bought someone's book, and most times authors will put their email address, and I wrote him an email. The email was a summary of the book and why, from the points I picked inside the book, why he needed to meet me. He called me, he sent me a reply and copied his PA and said PA should give me an appointment the next week. So you can just about meet anybody you want to meet. You just need to be strategic about it. There was somebody who wanted to meet, who submitted a proposal to the Lagos state government for some projects, and the proposal was lost in transition. He found out that the governor was going for an event in Japan. There are levels to this thing. Oga collected visa, ticket, and went to the conference in Japan. You know, when a governor, if you've flown with governors and ministers and presidents out of the country, when they are on the streets of New York, there's no police, there's no DSS, it's just them, and maybe if they have time, one person, and usually it's very, very because of you. You know, that one first, it shocked you. He said, huh? He said, I have submitted this proposal. 6 months, they've been doing me like this, and this proposal does not require the state to spend 1 naira. The governor listened again. He looked at it, he said, I've never seen it. They've never brought it to my attention. He said, I knew you have not seen it, because I know you're a very nice man. Now, if you had seen this thing by now, somebody would have replied me. He said, there and then, he called his PA that was with him, gave an instruction. Before he got to Nigeria, the letter was waiting. Now, some of you will look at it like, I can't see, I can't go and speak to governor. I mean, there are times when, look, someone invited me for a presidential dinner after Goodluck won the election he won as president. You know what I'm talking about. So I attended the president, and this mentality is a mindset, is an attitude that there's nobody that is a human being that is not approachable, right? It doesn't matter. Now, it could get you into trouble, like it almost got me into the trouble in the story I'm about to tell you, but it doesn't matter. So I was like, since we're all here in this small banquet, surely Mr. President should be reachable. I was wrong. He was on the table with some people, at least one of the people on the table I knew. I went to greet that person first, no issue. And then I went back to my table to re-strategize. The person I know the person I want. I didn't know, I had nothing to tell him. I just wanted to know that I can approach anybody in this world. They don't have 2 heads. Security arrangement, one DSS. It was like action movie. So I got up and I walked up. And then DSS man, you know, in that kind of place, they are very respectful. You didn't see them on the street, they would have carried me. But they didn't know who I was. I put my cap, you know, small agbada. I see my stature. If you see me, you know, say something there. So as I got there, he said, sir, can you hold on? I said, I want to see Mr. President. Does he know you? I said, I'm a Nigerian. He said, you are not allowed to go except he knows you and signals. I said, you can see he's not looking at me, but if he looks, he will signal. He said, sir, please go back to your seat respectfully. I said, let me just give the man a handshake. You are my brother. Let me just give. He said, sir, if you don't go back to your seat, I will get boys to lift you. You will leave this place without your feet touching the ground. At that point, I knew there was a problem. I went back to my seat. But what am I saying? It could have worked. The person who I knew beside him could have seen me and said, let him come. I've done it in other places that I work, but be very careful. Just use discretion. What am I saying? Networking for sales, it calls for courage, calls for boldness. And how do you learn this, right? You deliberately teach yourself. So I've built it's now natural for me, if I'm traveling, whoever you are on my left first, whether you are the one that sat first or I'm the one that sat first, anybody that sat the city, as you are sitting or I'm sitting, good morning, good afternoon, blah, 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 with a smile. Now, they can't see the smile because we're wearing masks, but you get the point. You get it? If you don't get it, what do you do? So, active listening, communicating, engaging. I'll take questions. They say my time is up. I hope you have learned one or two things. Let's take questions so I can allow the session to go on. Okay. Very quickly.
And my first network gig was a disaster on my own, and the rides turned out terrible. That person is a potential customer that I could get more gigs from. What can I do in that type of situation to bring her back on my good side? Because she doesn't even want to see me.
Naturally, if you were you, would you want to see you? The story of the successful one. There are many ones that were not so successful too. In this life, you win some, you lose some. When you lose some, you take the lessons so that when you go to the next one, you can win that person over, so that hopefully by the time you do a few and you have built confidence, you can send a profile, right? When I started running the business in 2009, there was no profile, there was no record, right? But from that single road to the next road, to bridge, to building, you start building a profile so that that person will be looking. Don't think people are not watching. That person will be looking at you with side eye. Maybe you are posting on Instagram. Now you are posting your persistent. Look at that rhyme. Don't be a pest, but be persistent. Please, tweet it. Who are the tweeting? Don't be a pest, but be persistent. Don't forget that. Aspire to perspire. So please, you get the point. Move on from that, situation. Learn from it. Continue to achieve success, right? And then put together your evidence that you have improved, and let the person be seeing it. And every now and then, it's your stress. Once you're able to get a consistent, and that's one of the things that we're building our business now, that once we build a consistent set of satisfied customers, that we know that every year they must build something new. You know that your sales is guaranteed for the next couple of years.
To ask a question based on networking as when you have opposite genders, especially if you're working in a male-dominated field. So sometimes you want to network, but then after a while, it gets very slippery and gets very personal. So how do you get, you're trying to network, you have a goal.
If you don't get it, forget about it, but I get it. I understand what you're saying. For ladies, it presents some potential challenges. We have to be very, very fair. But it does not mean that it is undoable, right? First of all, know the values that you are bringing to the table. No matter who the person is always interested in giving his project or whatever it is he has to offer to the best person for the project. So, are you pitching for that project because you have the capacity and you can earn it on merit? Or are you also playing the angle of that I'm a lady, they should give it to me? That is the slippery part. Because the moment you go in that angle, that is the response you are going to get. And that completely shuts down the opportunity. So first of all, make sure you have built your value. That if they put it side by side with anybody, you match. That is the first, you must have that first playing field, right? So maybe the one you are looking at is too far, is too big. Start with the small ones so you can build a track record. So that when you present your brochure or your profile side by side. Because these days, it's possible that some of the presentations you make, they don't even know the person. The first thing they are seeing is your proposal. So does that proposal warrant an invitation? So you have first of all eliminated the number of people, then they invite you, and then you engage professionally. And the moment the conversation is going left, then you bring the conversation back to the professional level. And let me tell you, well, I don't know whether I should say this one, but see, anybody who is going in the wrong direction in engaging, he is testing first. This one is for professional, discussion. He will not, hopefully, he will not bring that conversation. You get it? You get it? Okay, I know you get it.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I want to say
you.
thank you very much for your shared world of experience. My name is Nemeka Oji. I'm into real estate, a real talk. Okay, my question is this. When it comes to selling houses, I just want you to, first of all, what is the right system or channel to get customers? Because a lot of people are out there. And what's important is about information. Information is power. Just like you said, I never thought of that, getting an author, getting a book, and his mail is in there. So when it comes to that sector, I believe that there are different systems to each market. So what is the right channel to get people into that? Thank you.
So, thank you. You said Ugochukwu, right? Huh? Emeka. Right. You see, this is a general, framework, right? For specific industries, I know that there are people that organize realtor trainings, realtor sales programs. There's nothing that I can tell you in these 30 seconds that will, make you a 5-star realtor, right? But there are people that organize, I know that there are some, they will do 2 days. I always wonder what they are teaching, but there must be something that they are teaching that you need to learn. So my first advice to you is identify those kind of trainings. Some of them are free, some of them are paid for, right? And go there consistently. This thing is about practice, but I'll say this, right? The value of what you are selling determines where you will find the people that will buy. Using flyers on the road. I've seen plenty. People park their car here in a hotel. People will come, they will put flyer on the car. Please, tell me, how many of you have called any of those people that put flyer on your car? Especially if they are trying to sell 100 million house. So there are strategies to every category of sales that you need to make. Somebody who will buy 100 million house from you, there's a level of the engagement. There's a place you meet, right? And I know that these days there's also a lot of work on the digital side that helps you to capture people online that are looking. Because what you need really for sales to happen is that, first of all, are people buying houses in America? Are people buying houses? Okay, so people are buying. The question is, how do you find the people who are ready to buy? That is all. When you meet in the right place, automatically there will be a synergy. But the problem many of us have is we are selling to the people who are not ready to buy a house. Or you are selling the wrong. Beautiful. You say he has lift. Lift. Inside house. But inside his pocket, he knows he cannot afford more than 5 million. You are wasting your time. Right? So that is very, very key and very critical. Any other question? There are plenty. So how many more do we take, Mr. Bankole? How many more questions? 2 more. Okay, Sheil, please, quickly.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm Akintola Miriam. I'm a caterer. So I just wanted to ask for key points for people that deal with social anxiety when networking.
Okay. So, let me tell you something. Speaking like this, right, was not always natural. But everything gets easier with practice. Even what you call social anxiety, it has a root somewhere. You need to first have a mental wash to realize that nobody here is going to bite you, right? And nobody anywhere. For example, your friend sitting beside you, did you come together? Have you guys met? What's her name? There you go. Ah, she's my namesake, Temitokwe. She's even smiling. Don't whine me, oh. So you get the point. Practice. You are sitting next to someone here, you have not met the person, you have not exchanged number. You don't, that is the beginning, without no strings attached. And that is the key. No strings attached. I know that it's networking for sales, but don't be too, you just get there, you are bombarding the person, okay, this is what I do. Half of the thing, the person has not heard you. So and this also comes with practice. Are you there? There are many questions, but let's take the last one.
All right, thank you. My name is Sadiq. I'm a structural engineer.
All right.
I've been following you for a while. I saw the work you're doing at Redemption Camp with Affordable House. And my ask is, I would like a 1 or 2 minutes with you privately.
Let somebody else ask. You can see me now after. Just come and see me now. And let's waste a question slot to that. After this, just come and see me.
This is not a question, it's a testimony. I don't know if I'm allowed to share it.
You share it one-on-one now.
With testimony about what? About networking. You want to take my work? Please sit down. Somebody else ask question.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fumlayo Ikami. Thank you for the it's not entering into the industry yet. How do you approach them, like physically? Because, virtual connections is different from, talking to people physically. And when is the right time to, pitch yourself to them? Since you said it is not the first time that you see them, that you bombard them with so much information.
So, very, very important. When you are attending an event, as much as possible, depending on the kind of event it is, before you attend, do your research, right? Interest to them. So that when you engage, right? I'm trying to get an example, but it's not coming now. But basically, if someone at the day both, you say, oh, Mr. So and so, happy wedding anniversary. What will happen? What will happen? It gives you his attention, right? But that is the place of research. You must be deliberate about it. So you have done your research. Who are the people coming? Who do I want relations? That registers, gives you, it breaks the ice. There's something about breaking the ice, because when you are meeting someone, there's ice, invisible ice. What you want to do on a more personal level, right? And that the person is willing to give a contact, even if it's an email, right? So that you will then follow up from there. Because, the event is short, it's brief. You cannot say everything in one sitting. And even if you do, the person might forget. So you want to make sure that you just keep, make a memorable impact so that when you engage subsequently, the person is willing to, engage further. I hope that networking is very important for SME sales. Are you there? Are you there? Are you whining me? Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, drum rolls. A very thunderous drum. You see, we don't want to behave like Nigerian university, where they just give you theory, and no practical. So what we're going to do now is, after this session, we're going to go on the Nigerian university. Nobody is talking to people that went to Parapoli, Long, all these things. Please. I thought we had upgraded, that we now bring in people from abroad. I didn't know that we are still stuck in this. Shay, why did you bring in these people, all these Nigerian, made in Nigeria people? So, especially if you did engineering or electrical or sciences. Theory. They teach you a lot of things, but you've never seen them before. But right now, we don't want to do that, right? So, we're going to go on a 20-minute break. There are lights, of course, those light refreshments. They may not really go around though, but it's okay. There's just something, Our speakers, please, our guys will lead you upstairs. There's an arrangement for you upstairs so that you can have conversations. We also have a legal partner, Grace Baking, They are out there to provide short sessions. If you have legal issues, you want to clarify some things, you have, maybe, for example, you are owing your vendors, they are threatening you with police arrest, or you are owing your landlord. If it's police case, please, it's not part of the pro bono. It's not part of the pro bono session. So they are just right there by the door. You could have one-on-one conversations with them. In between all of these 20 minutes, let all of this happen. Then, all right. If you say no, they will not give you lunch. All right, thank you so much for coming. I'll see you again at 2:30. For the next 20 minutes, we're going to be taking a session by somebody who is one of our partners, media support from the scratch, and he's going to be sharing his story and how to navigate building such businesses. Please give a drum roll. All right, good afternoon. Okay, so my name is Odion. Ayo called me and said he wanted me to be part of it. We just have too much about PR, so I wanted to talk from, I started from zero. Okay, unfortunately, right, you can't see the picture behind inside the city room. But you know, work from home, a city position, so that you have an idea. If you look at my profile, I shouldn't be starting from zero. So I had worked December 19, you know, I'll do something completely different. I'm just thinking, the plans I do for salary, I could do it for invoicing a fee. I resigned like 3 times, they didn't want me to go. So my plan was, okay, I'll resign. And so I left. So my plan was, my business starts March 2015. So I'm like, okay, all right, no problem. Good thing was, I had booked a ticket to Cape Town to go and just holiday. So I just jumped on the plane, went to Cape Town. They paid my salary at that point. So I'm like, cool, I'll come back and then, you know, start a new life. Then realized that there was no money in my account. They reversed my money because I actually owing. So they just deducted what I was owing, 2 more salaries, right? So, but that is also 2015. That is when Ebola became big. Especially when against a tougher opponent. It was supposed to be in February, right? So no salary paid in January. My salary paid in December had gone, so no money. I came back from holiday, broke. So sent out proposal. Everybody loved it. I'm like, wow, we'll work with you. It looked like a big deal. And then February, they moved the election to April. My hunger grew. I couldn't believe it. Nothing, no money was coming. Starting a business, you know, right? Wasn't non-election held in April. Buhari adjustment. They would just watch. Business has stretched without money. Differently. So when people gave me, I just need 10K. It makes sense. If I had moved from paid job, I started business, account, the alert used to sound inside broke where. But by 5 years, calm down. It was just revenue, just top line, so that you won't kidnap me. Because I won't pay ransom for me. And within that same time, we had, it's in that profile, right? Policy, aviation, and use. But I call how to market, which is not what I wanted to do. And the news were out. He didn't know me, and this guy does. And then when he sells the newspaper, let's say he sells guys, I'm like, no, I can't do this. Another 500 meeting and gave me a seat. The one that might you leave. If you see news, you buy from. I'm doing. Remember, I have essential principle. Number 1, start well. I said I want 10 years. That we did for Debola has won less because we're not winning. Thank you. One of my guys here, where is this year? Consultant organization. Now I realize these things were existent. So we're going to change that. And I'm saying this because when the lady from KBNG said something, she said, be clear about your goals. Declare those goals. Define your business. Which of these starts? The other? I thought we are all SMEs here. I'm seeing like 10 hands. So which of, through this, there's no wrong or right answer, depending on what of your vision. But guess what? Those who run 100 meters under 10 seconds are still superstars. So again, there's no wrong or right answer on how you start. Just start well and be focused. Number 2, for retail, more common good of Nigeria. You know what I did? But that is the only way. On this WhatsApp group, why did it, I said stupidity and the mic went boom. As if he recognized it. The call was from Germany. He said, when they kept quiet, I knew that I lost them. But that was an unintelligent thing. I should put them in the media and protect them, their reputation. I just created a logo. I wasn't selling, but I was visible and I was creating value. It was a demo day, every day for me. So you're on WhatsApp group. How are you selling? Go on. Right now, there is a lot of conversation on whether. One of the things is that there are days that they are selling. One of the big connect is about children. Remember, he said it earlier? You can send a beautiful, try and get the pictures, do a photo book and send. The person is likely to come back to the WhatsApp group and look for it. If you cook on those long holidays and just do canapes, make sure it's not costing you a lot, but look at it as marketing investment or business development investment. Stay bullied. Very, very. 2 weeks to revert on a brief. Because how long will it cost? 7. There was no, we will not just give you a plan. We meant that for we're bullish with pricing. But you have to find, it is aggressive still, but it has to be calculative. Enter bullish, stay bullish. Don't promise for the 8 hours if you know you can't deliver it. If you did 5 days, you'll still be disrupting, isn't it? Know that you have the capacity for 5 days. Me, we're already hungry. So someone says, look, he said, where is the place? I hear some people who say, oh, 3. He said something later on. He said, it's not everyone that can handle pressure. The truth is that all entrepreneurs are actually dealing with pressure. Economy and still not be scared. That's how, or serving and serving. That's how entrepreneurs do. They are counting me down now. Number 5. Rejection is not a failure, but a move. Next. Is this how you are sending me off? Not working. Next. Standard. And everybody was on a hot seat. Number 7. Have a secret recipe. Do you know what that vote is? Who knows what that vote is? It's actually their own kind of pepper. Form. Whether you sprinkle it with love. Have love's DNA or secret for your business. Have a healthy ego. You know their trick? Or, again, I'll use this material because we heard it earlier on. Create trust. Truth is, I could walk away with that money. Don't do it because it makes you look good. Do it because that is who you are going to be. Business built on integrity will last. I assure you that. And people will trust you, and that is when they will also tell someone because they know that they can trust not only the value you are going to give the person, more. For me, there are some networking. I think networking should even be too obvious. Networking events. Don't call it that. What does that mean? Just connect. Engage. Like he said, it's something you're going to practice. You're going to do it in a nice way. Number 11? Me, I'm not. Sell without shame. You heard this guy now. After I called the guy, I said, that project, are you sure that I shouldn't be the one handling it? You just show up, I do more. What is that? Continue to sell, but be strategic. So in our place, let me tell you one of the things we've done, right? In 2019, we put 30 guys. They were not wearing shirts. See finish. Remember that?
DSS came to my office. They came to pick me up in the office. So, good for you. But I know that they were not telling me, they were like, in my office, everybody, Buhari versus Atiku election. That one was an international. So, what we do is to innovate our last. Just continue to. So, if water waiver, pay stack, they click there and make a payment faster, better. You don't look like a dinosaur, right? Unlearn yourself. This name we just created, and it's about teaching people the kind of things we do. Unlearn. 2007, I will never want to paint your finger. As far as you brought your brain, expensive, bring your inclination. Okay. Believe me, those with the open minds are the people for the future. What happened to dinosaurs, right? What happened to dinosaurs? Extinction. So I thank you, and I don't want you to be extinct, and that's why I'm sharing.
Do we have any question, please? Interesting. No question. Okay, thank you.
Those are straight lessons, so no need for questions. Do you have questions? Oh. Who has a mic? Who's got a mic?
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, so first thing is, we don't do sir. I don't do sir. Don't make me look too old.
I do cleaning. I realized that the cost of giving us something that was much better before. Do I still take that with the hope of retaining her as a client, or just let her go for that?
Should I answer this, or we take another one?
Just one more.
One more question. Should I take it now? So, I like that question, and I like the fact that you're actually interrogating it. They're paying you now. The person should be able to pay for it, even if you don't make profit. Did I do that? A lot. At what point, a client, in a single day, we spend close to $1 million. My wife looked at me and said, "Are you high?" I said, "I'm advertising." Yes, until I decided I don't Nike.
Yeah, thank you, Blessed Ola Saint. From that, the zero period, that time we've heard of the business side experience, because for SME, for entrepreneur, times like that will come, and they stop and they're going through, because that is when you begin to hear something like job security, if you have maintained your job, and this. How was your experience at that time?
So a lot of people, thank you. I like that question, and I'll answer it very sincerely. A lot of people didn't know that I left the job and we are suffering. My brothers and sisters live in Lagos, they didn't know. I wanted to experience it. I wanted to really move from zero. So I just knew that when I'm close to death, I'll then shout. But I wasn't, so I was still breathing. I still had friends who could throw me 10K, so I'll leave it. One of the things we also did, not for a term, practice it. Powerful. You know why? They'll give you discount. You use the discount to pay for extra curriculum. So you are paying the same thing. Everybody is paying a lie. They will love you. The proprietor will be hugging you. But you are just being smart with financial management. And sometimes risk management. Because when we had a bleak, my co-pastor is here. Right? I hope that answers your question. So for me, that's why I like the Nigerian way of paying for housing. I like 1 year. Those 1 month. That's why in the US, until next year again.
But this is just two.
Okay.
One-on-one, so that we can have more. You get this?
No. I dash.
You say you dash me. No, but hold on. Please, let's give a drum roll for Odion. So Odion and his team.
This year I was just carrying plaques. So this is just one of it.
Thank you. Okay, our next session you know, he's going to be very short, according to him, anyway. Of course, you must have heard of Debola Williams. Debola is a very seasoned PR and communications professional, reputation management, and across Africa. And recently, they helped with the elections in Senegal. So it's not just Anglophone Africa, but also Francophone Africa. Debola is the founder of Word Media Africa, Why Niger, and a host of so many other things, the future projects, the future awards. Please give a huge drum roll for Debola.
Good afternoon. I think the drum roll will probably be for yourselves, even though it's 3:42, you're still very engaged and alive. You need to put in the work, you will see the result. That's my prayer for you. I've been asked to speak on brand management, and today got me here. Topper got me to confirm. My friend and brother here, Topper, got me to confirm, but I was going to not be able to make it. And I won't stop you. You can go as long as you want. It's my wife, so, you know. Brand management. Oftentimes, it's usually related to the context. They think capacity, they think marketing budget, they think big money, they think big agency. Consciously or unconsciously, SMEs just think brand management is not for them. SMEs just think building a brand is not for them. But you know, truth is, brand management of your identity addresses the architecture with and defines how they feel about you. You see, people buy things based on how they feel. Joy, happiness, fear, convenience. So many times you guys go on the online platforms to shop because it gives you convenience. You see something nice, you buy pepper spray because and in building your brand, really am I connecting with? Because human beings are provoked by their emotions, and that is what leads enters into doing business, and the new run you activation from Ajegule to Lekki, Ipaja to VI. You will see those trucks with music trying to get your attention. How many times do you see those trucks these days? Not really. They are still in some parts of Nigeria, but not in the urban centers. And communication, in brand building, it's communication, it's content creation, and convergence. So you want to communicate what you've done. You want to create content that subliminally appeal to their consciousness. Many things you do today have appealed to you subliminally. It just seeped into you. And then convergence. Convergence, a new market square, but probably from a different perspective. You don't need the big budgets anymore. There is a lot you can do by yourself with your mobile phone. Your brand proposition, you do a brand plan, and then you design an implementation of that brand for the marketing. There must be measurement. Anything that is not measured, you cannot. Because the idea of all this brand you're building is that you want to attract customers. Sometimes I wear white and red all the time, and when people are looking for me to give business to my company, they can spot me easily and come to me. So I carry my business on my head. I brand myself around communication. And that's what branding is. So when people see your packaging, immediately say, oh, that is a biscuit. That drink will refresh me. Whatever it is you're selling. And that's why you create the brand. And then finally, you must manage the equity you build with the brand. Now, these 5 things I've said might sound like grammar to you, and I understand that. So that's why it's important that you always start from where you're going. So about almost a year, I think, with Topper, And in that course that we did, they taught us a lot about factories. They spoke about quantities and measures. They're not talking about my sector. Why are they not being more flexible? They were teaching us about processes, structures. So they were saying that if you do this way, consistently, you will get this result. And that's why you have to listen to the principle of what I'm saying. You have to then say, how do I adapt what he's saying to my situation? Adaptability and execution. If you're not a convert, so it took me a year before I converted what they taught me. It took me over a year. So just write it down if you can't convert. When you get home, when you get to your quiet time, when you think about it, you convert it. Yeah? Now, a brand begins from its identity. The package. Actually, no, first the name. What is the name? What is in the name? My name. And I walk and carry the depth of what my name is. So your brand begins with your name. And you want a name that is distinct. I used to be called Bola when I was younger. I actually changed my name from being called Bola to Adebola because I felt Bola was too common. I felt I was powerful. So what is the name of your brand? It's got to be short. It's got to be meaningful. It's got to be easily remembered. It's got to be able to connect to your website. You have to think about your social media handles. You have to think about the name on your packaging. You have to think about trademark, business registration, all of those things. So that one name, nothing wrong in having a slogan. You think slogans are for big businesses? No. What is a slogan? A slogan is re-emphasizing what your name is. It's in one simple sentence, reminding people what you are. You can have a slogan no matter how small you are. And guess what? If in 3 years' time, you slogan. You can create a music jingle for yourself. As small as you can create it with your phone. You can create it with your friend that sings. You want people to see you, to hear you, to feel you. Music has a power of changing our moods. So when you're listening to a jingle, it can make you happy. It can make you sober. You can create an emotion. So quickly, you can create that for yourself. You must think about trademarking, think about registration, and the works. And then packaging, the look and feel of the product, the look and feel. What is this product going to look like when it gets into the market, when it gets into the shelf? How will this product be distinct? Very important. You need to be able to figure that out. That means color. So what kind of color are you using? If it's a product appealing to women, women also like bright colors. It's a product appealing to men. The men are more earthy, most often. So you want to think about the colors as well and do the entire design. With Photoshop, there are several apps on your phone. My friend came, we did the video. He missed the surprise. I told him, stand here, do like this. He did it. I edited the video. Excuse me. Look, can I have my water, please? See why you must come with your wife. I edited the video, and by the time I played the video to my friends, they were all in awe. The guy who was not in the surprise, I had fit him right in the middle, and it looked like he was there all along. I did it in 2 minutes. How did you do that just now? I fit him right inside the video, and it looked like he was in the party when we did the surprise. On my phone. You must be aware there's several tools on your phone, several tools on your platform now that you can use to create your brand identity. You should learn these things yourself. I want to learn coding. There is a whole world going on around NFTs and, Bitcoin. I want to learn. People are overnight creating code. Then tomorrow they are selling it for $1 million. Me too, I want that. What are the platforms? What are the tools online that you can create? Do you know how long I'm going for, please? 8 minutes. Okay, great. Now, I have this slide. I'll just run through it quickly, and hopefully, you can pick something. Now, there's a favorite. This was not my presentation for today. My presentation for today was different. But oftentimes, when I'm on my way to where I'm presenting, I just get a different inspiration. We upload this because this is not the presentation. This is an old presentation I did a while ago, and my spirit says, there's someone here. Hallelujah. Who needs this message? Now, how many of you know Jesus? There's a guy called Jesus. How many of you know him? Can you raise your hand? You don't need. I think he's the biggest brand, and I wanted us to 34. Now, he's white. Some say the suit is, just to modernize him. But because I'm very pro-African, I had to ensure that I put the black Jesus in there, so that we can keep debating, that conversation. But Jean-Claude mission that you came. So you've got to ask yourself, in building your brand, what are you here for? Why am I on this earth? Once you know the why, then why you're here. You needed different opportunities to be able to win souls and achieve his. You see, one of the things you must realize as the biggest hack in your life success is it starts from the end, actually, not from the beginning. It all begins with the end. Tell someone that. It all begins with the end. Can I try to visualize it? If you can't see it, you might not be able to create it. You've got to envision it. You've got to write it down. And then you now have to start walking towards it. Next slide. When you know the vision that you want, when you need to go, is it a man, is it a woman, is it children? And that will determine the colors, the language, the sound, and so on. You must identify your audience. It is important that you're not marketing horses. So you will see him because it's a proposition. Now, you must create a reason why people will be attracted to you. Why should people come to you? Why should people care about you? The first thing, teaching people who were older than him. The moment you create something bigger than people, they will come to you. Next slide. So you must ask, what makes you unique? What is that special brand proposition that you have that the world is looking for? That is where you build your brand. You must, the moment you identify your audience, the moment you key into your brand proposition, start. Jesus started early. He had only 34 years. People were coming to him, asking questions. So in a few years now, but I dare say to you that 20 years ago, I desired this already. I saw myself doing this already 20 years ago. I wanted to do this 20 years ago. And I started with NTA. You might not know it. I had a show on NTA about how many years ago? 2006? 15 years ago. Robin Minds. I used to present that show about 11. Doing this for at least 20 years since I was a kid. So that's even longer than 20 years. So you've got to start early. And some of the easiest things to do are the things that you're naturally drawn to. Before I came on stage, I didn't want to do this. But the moment I came up, I'm doing this anyway. You wouldn't know how I'm feeling because this is me naturally, in my natural habitat. Next slide, sir. Now, one of the ways to accelerate your brand identity is by brand association. How do you want to position yourself in the space of people who are looking for suppliers of diesel? How do you want to position yourself to be seen and taken seriously as someone that supplies diesel or someone is upstream or downstream? Brand identity and association. So remember we spoke earlier about creating your brand logo, your colors, so I won't spend time on that. But the part we didn't speak is the association part. If you say you are a loaf of bread, 700 naira. But when you present yourself, they say, this bread is too small. You didn't create the right size. You didn't do the right packaging. So they removed you from the loaf of bread section and they put you by biscuits. So your logo, colors, look and feel is important, and then where you associate. Even if you are a biscuit, you can create your biscuit to be big. What you should be aiming for is that they say, that. That's what you should be aiming for. Right. You've got your sizing right, your context right. So I will begin to brand like where I'm going. Are we making sense? Elijah, are we making sense? Next slide. Is it my time to finish? Tell me. Yes. Oh, it's time to finish. Okay. So, people, time is up. You know the problem I said because I started. Jesus had a roadmap. He had a roadmap, and that is why, if you know the story of Jesus, when his mother told him in the wedding in Galilee to come and turn water to wine, he said, "It is not yet my time, woman," because there was a set time. You will have to do a double promotion. You have to accelerate. You have to double up. But have that plan, so at least it keeps you guided. Next slide, so we can see how much we rush to. Brand proof. Jesus said he could give you eternal life. Have changed. At every point in time, Jesus proved himself. He healed the sick. He chased out the demons. At every point in time. Brand, you can create for yourself. Say it is. That's the best. Experience your brand. Let them be this company's product. Use brand experience. You must ensure maintain your brand equity. Next slide. We started using influencers. So there is nothing you're seeing today that hasn't been. Jesus had ambassadors. He signed 12 ambassadors. Told them, you come, you come, you come. But you know, Peter's mother, he engagement. Human beings want to be engaged. You must be able to engage human beings. You must find it. Listen, you cannot engage on the take the principle and what? Adapt. You must create your own. Jesus was never afraid to engage and make people experience his value proposition. At every point in time, he did 5 people, he healed them. At every point, be able to let people experience your brand, engage your brand. And that's the best way to turn them into your followers. Next slide. Brand positioning. The thing you did yesterday has gone. About Lazarus. Usually at that time, it was popular that he can raise the dead, if they die, you know. When Lazarus has died, it's been 2 days. He will die and never wake up. After 2-3 days, I'm going to show you that I can conquer my last wing. So he waited 4 days. When everybody assumed that he could never be woken again. And then he went and said, Lazarus, come forth. You must continue to reposition yourself. You must continue to do better than you did yesterday. He did all sorts of miracles. Sight. When I come to your Instagram, let me find your number easily. Let me find your prices easily. Let me DM you and respond professionally. Don't say, oh, DM me first. Oh, DM me late. Quick. Your TikTok is great content. You are the numbers that they are selling to platforms to be paid. So for every time you watch a Talma video that shows that he has Instagram for, what are you using? Snapchat? There's something you call billable hours. So you want to escape the horrors of Nigeria. The way to escape the horrors of Nigeria is to use every platform legally to enhance yourself and your business, not to laugh your problems away. Keep watching Talma and Brother Shaggy. They're amazing people. But remember business as well. Next slide. Brand connection. You must stay connected to the audience. You know, Jesus always met people. And he always met them at their needs. How to solve problems. If you're selling bread, you adapt it to bread and beans. You adapt it to English breakfast. You adapt it to people who are at the camp. You go to the army, you say, I want to supply you bread, but this kind of bread will be bread with sardine so that they can eat on the go. You go to this one. Say, next slide. There you are. That consistent. No, how long have we gone? 30 minutes. You've done 30 minutes. Okay, all right. So I'm going to be done in 1 minute because I need to go. Consistency. You know, and then communicate. Listen, I said to you before, do not think about the big business. Communicate even to your small audience. Communicate in Yoruba, if that's what you can speak. In Igbo. And be up for who do people say I am? How many of you know Jesus asked his disciples? You must always ask your friends and family and then your business and get them to sign forms on how we have done that week. We want to constantly know if we're doing well or not. That's the only way we can stay out of the game. Stop getting angry at people giving you feedback. If you haven't done that, politely explain, and leave it there. Stop attacking people. Stop feeling like lives. They have their friends and their community. Next slide. She came up with the Curvy Show, Forbes, CNN, Vogue, all the platforms picked it up. Always be bold and go to different, who are the people you see? Dr. Oyedepo is teaching you how to make money. Pastor Debo is healing. Dr. Tonerapu is going to save the drug addicts. The Jesus, final slide, I think. Brand building is a collection of little, I want to tell you about this. Can I tell you about this? Simple line. Simple line. Just look at this picture. Do you know who this is? Linda Ikeji. The biggest thing is the animal in the man. The animal in the man. No matter how much brand you build, you've got to be able to carry it. Passionate, dogged, tenacious, resilient. This was Linda some years ago. I knew her. I knew her. I've known Linda for at least 15 years.
Yeah, we know career seminar people. Once you hear things like, was it awesome? Amazing, awesome. Sheon, please, questions. No, come and ask. Is the first. 2, 3. Quickly.
All right, quickly. Deborah Sebasekon from Web TV. I just that brought 3 African presidents. So with brands like those are aspiring for gubernatorial and even down to 2022 elections.
No, that one you have to come and see me and pay me now. What kind of question is that? Listen, agencies will speak to citizens, be aware, and make decisions with clear mind. Regardless of who's speaking with you, who's speaking to you, ask questions, do your own research, get your PVC, really and truly go out and vote. We like to pontificate, we like to blame other people, make your own research. Go to polling stations and volunteer so that people can really come out and vote. You always say this candidate doesn't have grassroots, that candidate doesn't have. Who will vote for the people you decide? You buy the bread you want. So tell your friends, tell your driver, tell your cooks, get your PVC, and you're not fighting anybody. You're just voting in what you believe in. And before you vote for anybody, do your own research. Thank you. That's your own question later.
Thank you so much for that wonderful session. My name is Chigozie Njoku, and I just wanted to ask, I believe that every business right now and going forward into the future would at some point become a media company or have some form of media presence. So I just want to get your thoughts. Do you think that irrespective of the house of brands, or should
businesses have always had to sell audience or the audience you're looking for? Media is just a channel or the recognized channel that reaches mass. So companies don't have to become media companies. Companies just have to ensure that at every point in time they have access to platforms that have audiences. Because at the end of the day, what your company wants, be you consulting or F&B or FMCG, what is one after the other, you need a channel to reach mass audience at every point in time. And I finally say this: platforms will come, platforms will go. Newspaper, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, and so on. So platforms will continue to come, but your business will remain. Yeah.
My question is this.
Popcorn?
No, it's a beans flour.
It's flour.
So I was going to talk.
Amala.
I was going to ask about beans flour.
Beans.
Yeah.
Is that amala?
Akara.
Akara.
Moi moi begiri. Nice. But mine is value added, and people when they see it, oh, this is nice, but they have this perception from the brand legacy of other businesses.
Okay.
Which is.
Can someone pass it to me, please? Or can you bring it? Let me see, please.
The Lagos International Trade Fair.
Brand experience.
So when anybody say anything, I would fry and give them to taste.
Yeah.
Affecting our there and fry akara. I won't even sell anything. As I'm not there right now, and they sold all my stuff today. And they fried.
So what's the question?
So how do we manage other businesses' brand legacy?
You know, you're already doing it. What you did at the trade fair, you now need to do your akara demo on TikTok. Be mixed, turn it. When they do pour the akara inside. When they say somebody's gonna go find me, you now eat the akara. Now just give you ring. Now, this was funny, but this is it. It is not just this one thing. It is adaptation. What she went to do in trade fair, you just need to think, where is the world going right now? How are people? But Ashagio Macaroni, they have a bootleg version. Macaroni, I don't have money, but there's one book. This is your bootleg. Can I use him, or can you support me? Don't be afraid to DM people to ask for support. Don't be afraid. I'll only get one. You see, when you get that one, run around your house and dance. Don't say, oh, 49 didn't respond to me. The glass for me is never half full. It's never half empty. The glass for me is never half empty. It's half full. I'm always grateful for whatever you give me. So, what you've done in trade fair, you need to do it in a bigger place. And remember, I said the internet is the new convergence, is the new market. So you need to take that to the new market. Pop culture is what controls the internet. What did I say? Pop culture. So you need to tap into pop culture. There are music songs that are dead. Baby, remind me, CK, all the songs that internet is bringing back. There's one CK. Is that one thing? They said the song is dead. TikTok has brought it back. There are many songs 20 years ago that TikTok is bringing back again. If TikTok can and please get this cut. Hi, my name is Adebola Williams. I support Being Mix.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. I want to appreciate your valuable thoughts. My name is Nemeka Oji. What's the strong association between brand management and colors? And what is the best? What's for?
Well, I mean, maybe you can talk about that question, but I would say in real estate, at the moment, white and gray is big in real estate at the moment. There's just this nice feel, and that gray is a stony, rough edge type gray. So white and gray is great. Angles and those kinds of things. So that is big at the moment. I've always liked white. So my home is white. My former house was white. Our home now is white. I'm a white person. So I think white and gray at the moment is the color in season. Who are you speaking to, and things like that, and help you determine. Make sure
See. You have to go and engage. You have to go and engage with Debola outside. Unfortunately, don't worry. You know what? We'll find a way where we can do a session with Debola. Maybe we'll do an Instagram live or something on our community. No. You have to sit down. There are people who raised up their hands before you. But please give a round of applause again to Debola. That's been an awesome experience. Debola was supposed to deliver a keynote speech for us at the beginning, but we didn't get a response on time because, just as he said, he thanked God for his beautiful wife, who coincidentally also happens to be KPMG person. He wouldn't have come, time for him, maybe 1 hour or something. But we've been blessed, right? It's been amazing. Now, I want to call in, my big sister, my sugar mommy. She came in here. She has been everywhere trying to make sure that we coordinate things. Lola is an Amazon of a woman. She's a partner in Ernst & Young. I've known her since when I was in university, where we sit down, listen to these kind of things. Lola has been there from then till now. Please give a thunderous drum rolls for Lola Eson.
You have to do it again. It's not loud enough. I've been waiting. After all the jive from the last session, so it has to be what the... I can't hear or you keep doing it until you stop. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, and it's nice to be here. I just generally connect, and congratulations to you. Sometimes it happens in our head because we know it's not easy. So I'd ask you all to give yourselves a round of applause first of all, and maybe stand to do because you've been sitting for a while. So let's stand up and give ourselves a round of applause. So not the type you were doing before. I want the Niger type, the church type. So let's get gingered a bit. Let's try and take it off. So I'll use my hand to channel. So I start doing that. So you have to keep going. It has to go loud. I'll start again. So keep going. So as my hand goes up, it has to get louder, 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 louder. Thank you. You can have your seats. Thank you so much. So this evening now, I'll be sharing some insights essentially around how we can leverage and manage people for growth. So I think a lot of the work has been done by the previous speaker. So I'll be referencing some of the things you've heard already. But most importantly, I think it's important, as other speakers have demonstrated, you're here and you stayed this long because you're looking for tips. So I would infuse a lot of the discussions with stories and ideas and all of that. So thanks again for having me. Sorry, is this set up? Okay. So congratulations, you found the business. I think I started out by saying so that in our head, we all want to set up businesses, but not a lot of us get around to it. But you somehow have done that. But then, having founded the business, which was your idea that you brought to life, for a lot of people, sometimes there's a challenge. How do you explain that thing which is so passionate to you, to someone else? How do you find people who will treat this business, this idea of yours, exactly as you envisioned it in your head? And as you all know, it's hard, because at the end of the day, it's your vision, it's your spirit, it's the gap you spotted that you think you want to address. And so nobody might quite understand or do it the way you would. But does that mean you should now do it on your own? But then, one thing I discovered with a lot of entrepreneurs, once you set up a business, there seems to be this high. You know, these days people are drinking all sorts of things. But for the average entrepreneur, at least some of the ones I work with at early stages, there seems to be this temptation to quickly go out there and just hire a lot of people. So when you open the door and just say, all these people work for me, I must be doing well. But you see, that high lasts until about what? To ask yourself is, what kind of people do you need to work with you? And I use with, not for, because again, in Nigeria, works for me. I remember at 11 p.m., I was still waiting for this cake to get delivered. So I called the CEO of the company and said, I just spoke to your colleague and she could not really give me any. I said, no, my staff. He ordered a vanilla cake, they dropped a chocolate cake. When the person is a staff and not a colleague, so you want to ask yourself, would it be full-time contract? And I'll get to what those mean, by the way. Now, how much of this people's stuff should you be doing directly? Because you're now CEO, right? So if you're CEO, why is it your business to do people's stuff? And which is why I use the word work with, not work for. I will do it up to the point where I think the pay you pay me is sufficient. I won't go over and above. And sometimes it's not because you pay the highest or the best salaries, which is why people like or want to do their all for your business. It has a lot to do with how you as the owner of the business is leveraging and managing your people. Now, what about is like, if I work with my family, valid points. But one thing we know for a fact is when you're starting up a business, some of the fastest and most efficient opportunities for staff is actually your family and friends. Why? Because if indeed they're your friends, not village people or fiends, best plan around setting up and running your business as an MSME, it's important to also not totally neglect that group of people as potential sources to support your business. That is also likely to be the group of people who are able to do multiple jobs and not, you're paying me for just this. And then if you recall, most businesses, when you set up Bank of Mom and Dad, is really where you get a lot of your initial capital. So now, should you really be bothered about employment laws that affect your business? Please, the answer is yes. You don't get a pass on being legal, whether you're a big business or a small business. So, by law, and I know the business is just barely managing and stock to pay. You would have to do group not, but there are some which, of course, in terms of statutory deductions, which you must pay and provide. Are you taking care of staff training? So most times when businesses start to design, and you would have one person who probably is going to be HR admin / procurement. All that is great. And in the end, so the fact that your business is small does not mean you are also excused from focusing on training. Because think about it, the same plot of land that you use for yam, or maybe now just the vegetables, then year 4, the leaves are looking yellow. What will happen by year 5? Sorry? Sorry? Dead zone. Well, not quite. But the truth is, training, again, does not also mean going to go and spend money in one biggest. You're getting trained here, and this is a pro bono opportunity. So sometimes the fact that the individual gets a chance to even do different things in your office is also training. Now, salaries, which is the very tricky one. Have you benchmarked what you're paying to make sure it's competitive? But I'm going to caution myself there. Competitive can be relative. Because the question is always competitive to what and to who. So if you're a small player in a particular sector, there is no way you would be looking or pushing to pay as high as the leader. You can aspire to get there, and you should. But you would need to determine, for you as the entrepreneur, what you consider competitive pay. For some people, the way the pay works is the opportunity to not work Monday to Friday. For some people, it's the opportunity to determine your and bring it into the business so that we can share the proceeds. So I would say define your competitive, but let's not exploit people. So you've hired somebody who is your general manager in quotes, and the person is on 30K, or let me say less than 30K, and the person is seeing your inventory, it's getting better. For me to want to come tomorrow and the day after and continue to contribute to your business. But remember that you cannot win that. They've increased in this company, so me too I will increase. It's not sustainable. The most important things, and they can see that there's a deliberate need or intention to improve. Then clearly, you could say you're competitive. Topics like this, in terms of not well, because every day NEPA, lights, bills, that one. How can you want to be well? But in the past 20 months or so, it has now become the stress of running a business. Tend to yell, speak to their employees, and that is their own way of motivating them. I don't know that there's anyone in this room, and I certainly hope not, but I think a bit of empathy is important. You need to begin to speak to people the way you'd like to be spoken to. Very important. Yes, the stress of running a business can be immense, but it really doesn't give you a pass on treating people like human. Okay, so sometimes as SMEs, I see us make the mistakes to think that the best people cannot aspire to work in our organizations. And if there's anyone who has that mindset, that because you think you're small, so it means the top graduates, the first class material, all of that would not want to work with you. Organization is the best place to start because they would see the end to end. But if they went to a big established place, they would only know one part of it. And so they would not get the big picture. So most times when you ask people where were the places that were most instrumental to their career, I can't be someone's prayer point for work. Think about it. But of course, for you to begin to become or remain someone's prayer point, but it's not your family at the end of the day. So you can't. There has to be structure. There has to be order. So it can't be anyhow like you would in a house. Because remember that you might be small, but you still need to do things properly. The next thing, of course, is hire anybody from all these schools want to join me. Well, the truth is I already explained why you are a destination, by the way, because if they really want to learn and get their hands dirty, yours is the place to aspire to. So please do not be shy about looking out for the best. And then Nigeria, there's no work really. But you see, for you to get people who will come in and stay with you, you need to structure it like what I would see if I went to another organization. So have your proper organogram. You might not even have anybody sitting in the boxes, but at least give a thought to how things will run. You might be a catering outfit, and be one person doing all of those functions, but at least there is structure and order in terms of the expectation. So what then happens is by the time the graduate comes and they say you are starting out in the customer expert fulfilling, the person goes to the market, it might be all of that, but we should begin to think big for today so that by the time we get to big, we will not be struck to offer. Now, when you hire new employees, why did that flip so quickly? Can you help me flip it back, please? Very important. And that's what most of these old organizations, imagine all the banks and the manufacturing companies that are over 100 years. Imagine if they didn't take the pain to document
how we do things. So you're not too small to begin to have standards and processes. And that's also another way of making sure that anybody who joins you does not have structure from the day they join. It's clear what you will tolerate and what you will not tolerate. Because you have to start acting like the big company you aspire to. Go there and you are talking over my head or arguing about Arsenal or whatever or gisting. Maybe I loved you and I was supporting your business, but for me, it just tells me you're not professional. Now, it's even shocking when I get to big establishments and I still see that. So, if, for example, the owner of that business has said, when you're serving the clients, and that's not about size. If you say, for example, let's say you even have a barbing salon and you say you have a 15-minute waiting room, it's just a simple process thing, but it means whenever we walk in here, there is order, and order is not about size. Because people need to be guided accordingly. The highest paying. It is probably possible in the SME sector, but these days, people are looking for experiences and not just employment. So make sure you're offering more than just money. Yes, you might be paying me a lot of money, but you insult me, there's a lot of backbiting in the office, then we don't know how we do things. All of those details are a problem, shape and form. When people come in, but there has to be started from my parlor, that is still the story. That's what happens. You don't quite recognize the company you have on ground. You also want to make sure that you keep good records. So most companies that get bought over, most companies that employees want to stay back in, it's not about size, because the behavior you did not have when you were small, you can't get it magic. Well, you can hire people like me to help you get it, but you can't get it miraculously. You have to have started demonstrating it from today. So if people are used to just coming in anyhow, they do what they like, nothing happens. People have clearly violated policy, you leave them there, and it's very important for us. So if you will not tolerate it today, you won't tolerate it when you're big. And so you must have zero tolerance policy around it. I just want to move quickly. I've talked about a few things in place. Then when it comes to when people are leaving, okay, that's on the next slide. Now, you also want to make sure that your people are, I'm trying to find the right way to say this. So a lot of people say work-life balance, work-life balance. But employer, you decided to do the stress to set up the business. While it would be nice to have someone to share that stress with us, but let's not transfer that stress to people. I do know of some SME clients that honestly, because they're going to hustle all day, then they come back to the office in the evening. That's when work starts. Your employees have lives outside of the work they do. And that's what I mean by it's not going to be only salaries that will make people stay. If people really see that you genuinely care, they would respect your hustle and support your hustle. But just remember that it's your hustle, not their hustle. So you can't pass some of the burden to them. But that said, obviously we want people who will look out for us as employers, but at the same time, you see too many, what I call business owners, behaving badly to the people who work with them because they say they had a bad day or it's tough. You don't get a pass on treating someone like a human being because it's tough for you. Which explains why we all can't be entrepreneurs. We all say it, but none of us have the courage to. I talked about complying with rules already. It's not an option. You don't have a choice whether or not you comply with the rules. Please, can you help me flip the slides? I think this, okay. So, I've already established that the fact that you're an SME does not mean you cannot be someone's prayer point. I think we have crossed that bridge. It's a given. But people will come to us to say they want to work, or maybe things are hard, and people are coming to us, and because we probably have the mindset that I'm not their first choice, they're probably just shopping. We now begin to treat them and do all sorts. And whether through social media or otherwise, you're a small company, if anybody complains about you, it goes like wildfire, and you can't allow that to affect your hustle. So you would need to demonstrate empathy, which is simply putting yourself in the other person's shoes. How would you like to be treated? Some people will say, because people to work with you, you should not be unusually discriminatory when it comes to some things that, yeah, you have your personal conviction, no doubt, that's okay and valid. But let's keep the office environment to a large extent a bit separate from our personal views and preferences, discrimination and harassment. Now, it's also normal for employees to fight. Normally, when you're a small company, people will fight, they will gossip. It's very important to have a zero tolerance. And even if it's too many often, when an organization that was doing really good things, people now start having these issues. Camps now happen. So things that you would originally have been able to stamp out. We think about some companies who are anyhow and get away with it. And it's easy to behave badly. It's actually easier to behave badly than to do the right thing. which is why we need policies to make sure it's forcing us to think and act the right way. So whenever there's conflict, you don't avoid it, but you make sure you are zero tolerance. Now let's talk about pure. Any idea what pure is? Any ideas? Okay, so pure would be previously unidentified recruitment error. This is something I see from a few SMEs when I talk to them. That sense like, anybody that comes to work for me, let me give them employment too, because you know I'm just a small business, so who will I ask what? Now that complex causes a lot of problems. Because the employee that was bad and let off from a conglomerate, it's not likely to come to your business and perform. If anything, it will be worse. Because in a larger organization, their bad behavior was blown out. In your own, where everything is so small and compact, it would be worse. And if you let that behavior continue, it will poison everywhere. The same way one bad fruit on a tree, over time, the entire tree goes. So you need to be very particular. Even when people say they want to work, ask questions. Why did they live where they were? You are not too small to ask for references. Because what will happen is, by the time you bring that one bad person in, the people who you have already, you say, okay, this is who they brought now. Like I said, it's easier to behave bad than to behave properly. It's a lot easier. So let's make sure we're looking out for this in the way we hire people. I generally say word of mouth is still the best. Forget, yes, use a recruiter, do all of that. And that's why, for example, I used to do nannies outside Nigeria. And then I said to myself, but wait, there are many people in Nigeria that need employment. Then I'll hire someone that cannot trace their pedigree. And I'll base it on hope. And then get on. So it's the same thing. When it comes to you being a small business, you have got to guard your gates closely. Because when that person leaves, if they are good, even better. If they come and they bring anyhowness, it impacts and sets you back. Because that means time you would have spent growing your business, you're using it to train another person to the level you want. So let's be very, very careful about bringing in people who were rejected elsewhere. Our businesses are not dumping grounds. Even though, yeah, they can be a training ground, but they're not dumping grounds. Now, illegal interviewing practices, this is also something to talk about. You see on social media these days, and unfortunately, a few SMEs also do that. Hot jobs, hiring right now. I'm like, why are you going to cheapen your business that way? Small business, big business is still a business. If you have a clear architecture, a clear structure, you will not cheapen what it is to work. I mean, you know when you're going around the bus stops and you see the hiring now, come with your CV at 2 o'clock. And interestingly, they're always all in Ikeja. But I don't know. But so you should not do that to your business. The same way an EY, well, obviously you're not going to go all grand, but the same way. So we should learn to copy, emulate the good things, of course, until we get to that point. So if you're going to hire properly, then illegal practices like telling people to come and work, or you're paying them 7 days in, some practices are not worth it, because what it is you're showing that you don't value the individual. And if you don't value the individual, they will not value your business. I do know some SMEs that pay their employees on the 7th of the previous month. I didn't say there's anybody in the room, but I know. And the reason is because I'm so small, I can't allow them leave, or my invoices won't get paid, so I need them to wait. At the end of the day, let's keep the two things separate. You set up the business. You have obligations, and you will not get a pass on whether those obligations will forward you. The laws are very clear as to when people should earn their pay. If it's daily wage, weekly wage, or whatever it is, but there are contracts in Nigeria, at least we do end of month. Some people do 2 times a month, 15th and end of. But the point is, your policy should be clear, and please respect your policy. Then things like people are coming in, then you tell them to say they will not get pregnant because the truth is that way, like workshops as against places where people can get decent employment. We also want to make sure we're not holding information on people who we've hired. I did mention that most people, you might think that you're not the answer to someone's prayer, but people are using you for experience that they will use in their CVs tomorrow. So if you don't keep documentation of who you hire, and then maybe the person went and stole or something, it can be anything. But you must keep documentation, because at the end of the day, even when you want to tell your story, you want to know who was with you on the journey. And it's from day one, they all got free credit when they did that. Was it 20th anniversary or so? Imagine if they didn't have records. And then some say they got, and some said, there's a goodwill generally that all organizations benefit from. Then, of course, you want to make sure you're not skipping performance review. That's also something I think a lot of SMEs think, I'm small now, why am I evaluating performance? What performance? You must. Because at the end of the day, you either are paying back a bank loan or there are targets you set for yourself as a business owner. And if you have hired people to help you achieve that, then you should get together 3 months, 6 months and ask, okay, what I said you should do, how are you doing it? What will you do differently? You don't need to have an elaborate system now, but you must make it an integral part of how you're managing people. And then remember that nobody wants to, or most people don't want to work and feel like they're not contributing anything. That's also another way why people will leave you. So if you're treating your business like one of those places where people just touch and move on, then, but if it's a place where you're giving people feedback, this is how you have worked, as the business is improving, their salaries and benefits are improving, you will tend to keep people. And it's not always about pay. Of course, I talk about training. There's been a lot of conversation on social media, so I won't speak too much to that. You can't say because of what you do, you will not be active on social media, because that is most likely where you find employees and future talent who will support your business. So it doesn't matter what you do, be on social media, there's somebody looking out for information. And then of course, people should know what they contribute to your business. Give people job titles, but word of caution as well. As an SME, when you use certain terminologies, it comes with certain things. If you call me a general manager, a manager, there are certain expectations in salary. So that you're not unusually heartbroken or paying more than you should. But if you give people title is great, by the way, you know, but also do it very carefully. Team lead equates to manager, equates to section lead, equates to, let's be creative with the titles, but let's be careful as to what those nomenclature means for us. So you're giving me don't worry, I'm almost done. So how do you pivot on people? Because that's the whole point of this conversation, right? How do you use people to leverage? Well, first thing is to make sure that your team members can discover their purpose. That became a very important priority over the past 20 months. If I come to work in your organization and you're constantly making me do things that go against what I believe in, I can't stay there long. So you must make sure that your workplace be customers. There is no way people will work with you for long. You might make money for a short term, but no. It's like look at Gala these days. I'm looking for I don't eat it anymore, because Gala doesn't have meat anymore, but you can see the way they've been impacting trust. So people who are mixing those things, I'm not saying that's what they do. But if you're asking people to change what they know is because you feel you make more, it's only on the short term. And you would lose people that way. When you also, while I mentioned that you should have policies around dress, you know, the way we do things, I think, my personal view, some organizations are also focused on the wrong thing. So remember that it's your business. So you can't force people into your mode of thinking, your way of living, and your religious beliefs. It has to be said. There are some SMEs at the time we should spend on strategizing, we're doing vigil. I'm not knocking anybody's spiritual faith. But if it begins to attack or makes people feel uncomfortable, then you won't be getting it. You'll get a very transactional person who is looking for the next best opportunity to join. So let's remain committed to the vision. Yeah, it's good to pray and it becomes a problem. So let's pay attention to that. We also need to make sure that there's transparency around our compensation. So we're not saying you should pay the best, but if you hire two people who do the same thing, please, to a large extent, don't give one 50 naira and one is on 200 naira because you like them, because they will find out. Forget that your pay is confidential. People talk. People talk. And so you don't want that, because for a small organization, if there's that bitterness, that annoyance, it affects things. You will not get... So we're not saying you should open up what you pay, but at least there should be a bit of predictability in terms of what I can expect when I work with you. Then I also want to go quickly into let's raise leaders, not managers. And the reason why you want to do that is because a manager is people who are managing resources or managing people, but leaders are people who will put your organization, they will check this on, they're like, they will not like that, so that's not what we do here. People who can speak up and look out for you. It's very important, because at some point you get tired, you need to take a break, you need to do things. So if you have not raised people to use their initiative, do things when you're not there, you will struggle. So you find out that the business is taking your all and it just doesn't look like you're getting anywhere. Then on this last point, I want to stress a particular point. When people leave, please celebrate. There are too many SMEs that get bitter when people are leaving. They're going to competition. They've stolen my trade. There are bad people out there. There are bad people, I agree. There are bad people, and I pray that none of us encounters that. But there are too many people who hold on to someone who's leaving. They're supposed to have served me all their life. When you do that, apart from the fact that it stifles your opportunity to welcome fresh ideas and talents, what you're saying to those, what you're doing is actually more damage to those who remain, because they are seeing you play out what you would do when it's their turn. And so people become very short-term. They are praying for when the next opportunity comes. But when you celebrate exits, and I'm sure you must have read about the Igbo entrepreneurship system, which is why no Igbo man ever agrees there's nothing in his store. His brother has it, his sister has it, even though he's going to go and negotiate. And that's a mindset we need to have. It cannot be that someone else has it all and you won't have it. So when people are leaving, celebrate them. Thank them for the time and the opportunity and the contributions to your business. And if you can, invite them in, collaborate. That's how we build a better ecosystem. So I just want to end with a quote from Mary Kay Ash, who founded the Mary Kay Cosmetics. If you remember, was an MSME, real MSME business that started from her kitchen to now being one of the largest employers of female makeup entrepreneurs, they call themselves now. And whether the product is cars or cosmetics, a company is only as good as the people it keeps. It didn't talk about size. Because when it comes to people, it's actually not the size of the organization. It has a lot more to do with how you treat people than whether it's a big or small company. So I just want to encourage you that this journey you're on is one IMV. I'm not there yet. I hope to join you one day. But if you don't remember, don't think you can go after the best talent. Thank you very much.
Questions and answer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. First 5. If I call you, please, can you stand up so that I don't mistake? Where's the second mic? Who has the second mic? That one here. Let's. Please help me give him a round of applause. He's one of our, partners that supported us with shawarma today. They delivered over 100 pieces for us today. Please give him a round of applause, please. Tasty shawarma, they are fantastic guys. They are empowered by New Bagada, Sulewe. They are doing amazing stuff. And he's been my friend in secondary school, so I saw him starting this business. Yeah, so
I would say for me, it's the best section. It speaks about the foundation, where we are, and where we are going to. It guides you entrepreneurship. Present day, entrepreneurship now, it has a kind of challenge. And the challenge is about getting the right people to work. If you ask people who do entrepreneurship well here, you can put a vacancy outside for people to come to work. That vacancy can remain there for like 4 or 5 months without getting good people to work. Even the ones that will come at the end of the day are those who want to come and steal your ideas. You understand? Those that simple day arithmetic, what condition will do. So it's kind of challenging. Will be the solution to the problem.
Thanks a lot. And it's an interesting question you ask. So this problem is the same problem everywhere. So Nigerian labor, when my first slide, I had asked the question, these people stuff, do you want to do it or get someone else to do? Because that's also another challenge I see. The pressure is tight. So most times you'll be like, you know what, Shebi is just to hire somebody, let me do it. But whereas you have companies like Caladium that can help you because they hire and are focused on SMEs. So sometimes for some services, you must know the one you want to build, the one you want to buy, and the one you want to borrow. For some jobs, it took strength because remember that most times you set up that zone like I'm also learning. If you are the kind of person who does 100%, the way the world is, it's just you that has 100%. So you would need to devote a lot of time to building. So if you now say, but if I train the person, then the person goes somewhere else, well, what's the alternative? So I will put the question back to you. And then sometimes I also find out that SMEs romanticize the idea of when they hire people. And I say that again. You are very romantic about it. Sounds like you're looking for a girlfriend or a boyfriend. No. People are looking for is work. Keep it at work. Don't pass your pain of NEPA and all of that. Yes, you expect me to empathize. And sometimes that's where harassment even comes in, when you transfer a lot of the aggression to your employees. So know when to build, know when to buy, know when to borrow. In this case, poach. But I hope I helped you.
Okay, my name is Fumilayo Oyekami. Thank you very much, Mr. La, for your session. So I have two questions. Do you differentiate the kind of exposure that you, give these workers of your business, because you know that some are temporary. Like, for example, interns don't get the same exposure as, permanent workers. So how do you determine the level of exposure to give to this category of workers? And my second question is, when you're not paying people for the jobs, like if it's a voluntary role, how can you still get them to be as passionate, as passionate employees or as passionate workers?
Those are great questions. I'll answer the first one in terms of separation. Remember I said you're not too small to have policies and processes and standards. This is how we do things here, so that people are not coming to guess. Now, someone can be an intern or temporary, not to bring people on board full time, but you still have jobs that need to be done. So you must make sure that the work is meaningful, such that people come in and see the need to stay back. Now, the fact that their contract is also not away from bankruptcy, because really you have not sustainable. So you would look at it, and obviously not because a role, and then jobs that don't happen all the time. As someone just starting out, you can buy or build that service. That gives even an opportunity to make that person an entrepreneur too. It's traumatic, almost 2 years. It has opened up to have permanent employment. You have permanent employment, but they're not paying you salary regularly. Or you have permanent employment and you know that this skill is something you have time and ability to do, because they determine their hours, they determine their rates. And Nigeria is going to get there in the next few years. In fact, the statistics are showing that more people are like, look, I've tasted work from home. If your job is just 8 to 5 Monday to Friday, I don't want it, because I can ship it and sell these skills to different countries at the same time. So interns are a good opportunity to source and scout for talent. But please, it's not slave labor. Slave trade ended since. There are too many people that take full-bodied graduates who joined your internship under the intention of learning a skill, but you're sending them to go and buy food, pick your children from school, because they're not meant to be a replacement for essential services. So if you offer meaningful work, chances are people will do it. And through the strikes, I always just walked to the organizations and asked for, I'm here, this is who I am, I want to work. And I tell you, that discipline, nobody told me. I was young, obviously, year 1, year 2, year 3. In fact, there was one of them, I did that internship for 6 months. I was leaving my house in Surulere to go to their office in Ikeja, Allen. I went there every day. I would resume before 8, I would close at 5. They didn't give me 10 kobo. Even when they finished, they didn't even give me plaque safe. But what I got in terms of discipline, in terms of expertise, in terms of exposure, I'm still using it today, almost 25 years later. Now, if you're able to the fact that Lagbaja is not paying doesn't mean you can't pay. You can say, okay, you know what, you do 3 days. So there are many ways, and let's be innovative. That's the benefit you also have as being MSMEs. You can innovate and adapt pretty quicker than every other person. Thanks.
All right, thank you for your lessons. My questions, one of my questions is almost taken by that brother. I wanted to ask that, how can you hire people that you cannot afford? Like people you can't pay, but you know that you need them for that your business. Second question. My second question is, like in my startup, so we do engineering, we have trained, they are very good, they are thorough. But one thing about them is they are like stealing. So if they find a way around to tell the person, come and go house, we go come do on Sunday. And these guys are good. And you don't want to send them off because for what that will be okay for them, and you are paying them that. but yet they are still stealing from you. What should I do?
So, but you must have seen on one of my slides, I talked about putting controls in place. Because sometimes some of us think that, oh, well, because I'm still small, I don't need controls. Now, what controls does is, it might not, it lets people know that it's something you are aware of. And as they say, every day for thief, one day for. Every day for thief, one day for. Now, in the case you just described, a booking system. So when a car comes in, you book the car, right? And the person tells you whatever it is, you book it. You will then, once they come in, you have a situation where you can actually get apps to do it for you, and they don't cost a lot. We'll send an email to the email on record to say, we're still expecting your vehicle because blah, 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 blah. Now, let the person who receives it now say, but I sent a driver who says it has been fixed. That's one. Two, you probably also want to encourage them to bring businesses in, and you give them a cut. So businesses you bring in, I will give you a cut. So you might not do that for the longest time, but there are strategies to put in place. Again, some people are just bad and evil. But you will not totally eliminate it. But at least you create an ecosystem where people come in. And maybe they mess up something because they won't have the technology and whatever that you have. If that car comes in on a return job, you do an incident report and say, this car came in for this issue, it looks like it has gone. So that's also how you, if they know that you're corresponding with their procurement or admin department, so you're not too small now to have a computer and app that once the car comes in, it takes the details, who will be, and you send it. So that way, people also say, this company is quite high-tech. Also then empower them to become entrepreneurs. So that means when you have a job, you bring them in, they do the work, and you pay them like vendors. So you don't need to have, that's a case of borrowing the skill you need for the service until you can carry them. Because what happens is if you don't have jobs running, you are exposed to paying salaries until you can, and that on its own is stressful. So look at the problem. Controls are necessary wherever you have human beings. Human beings need control, whether we like it or not.
Thank you very much. So I want to ask a question about an SME like myself trying to require you to be employer, thinking that you are trying to build yourself and run away. Yeah.
That's a honest truth. Now I'll say that as apologies if I hurt your feelings. There are two types of side hustles. The side hustle that is exactly the side hustle that you're employed for is fraud, is stealing. It's a no-no. Forget it. I'll call it a spade a spade. Make it your main hustle. You have to devote only your free time to doing it, because you can't rob Peter to pay Paul. That amounts to having your cake and eating it. It's impossible. One will suffer. Now, if your type of organization, because I did work for an organization once, 50% of their millennial population, so the young were earning from the side hustles. Some of them, one engagement, were earning 3 times their monthly salary. They are not foolish people. In fact, one year, there was a calendar that featured employees that had side hustles. I thought it was a fantastic move. Then whenever the firm now had events, caterer was an employee that was also caterer. A person that can permit that. And I think in today's reality, it is the way to go, because the average individual is born with many skills and talent. So you have a decision to make. If your placenta is not buried there, then move and face your side also.
I'm the 5th person. Okay. Thank you so much, ma. 2-3 weeks ago, I sent out flyer because I need to get more hands. Now, the challenge I kept having is each time I send out flyer, I get people sending in their CV and all that. Then after a while, once I start chatting them up, because I do most of the things together, once I start chatting them up, okay, where do you stay? Because I stay in Aja. Most of the people I get that want to work with me are either from there, that I know they can. Now, okay, this is what I do. Let me just. Okay, let me just. And this is black pepper. What is it called again? Cameroon pepper, black pepper. Now, the challenge now is, based on what they will get at the end of the month and all, I tell them this is what your package is. Because basically for now, what I do is I fill the liner myself. The liner I use is chin-chin liner. I don't know. Anytime you buy chin-chin on the road, this particular liner they use. Let me just show.
This baby is good though. She's marketing. She's asking questions. Please clap for her.
I'm going somewhere, man. I'm going somewhere, man. Now, see the nylon I use. It's so easy that you can easily share it. So most times I do the package myself. Like I open the nylon, pour the pepper inside, then seal. 5K. So most people around Aja Aziz can't, they won't want to take 25K per month because it's more. And people in Mowe, Ikorodu are ready to take that amount, but they don't have a place to stay. So I'm like, should I move to Mowe or Ikorodu? That is number one. Then the second thing now is, I can't keep staying like this. I really appreciate when she brought out her product because I've been looking forward to having something like that. I don't want to keep using this. I want to upgrade. I want to use something much, like all this biscuit nylon and the likes. So I'm in between now. Okay, what should I start with? Because at the point I was trying to register the company and all that, should I go for NAFDAC registration first? Or I go for changing the nylon? So I'm in a trees, I don't even know. I really need your advice. Like, what should I do? First thing, should I move to Mowe or Ikoro? Should I have a company there? Or then the other question is, as touching this, what should I go for first? Is it the NAFDAC? Because I have the company space and everything in place. So should I go for the NAFDAC registration first, or for the changing of the nylon and the packaging? Please help me.
The organization I work for, there is a clear limitation on what kind of advice I would give. When I had my slides up, I talked about the legal requirements. The rule in Nigeria, as it is, says if you're going to be in the food business, it needs to be registered, approved, etc. And I know that they also approve the packages. So for example, if you have 50 grams, you have to get 50 grams approved. Event like this where there are people, the truth is, you are not entering a business area that you are the only one that can do it. So if I now spot that, who is this one that's packing pepper and she's cheaper than me? I will look for her. I will say, I've answered her, I need to answer. But you are in a room full of people with ideas who have done it, so get that idea. With respect to where your labor is coming from, for price, place, promotion, all of that. So the way your business works right now, if you had a room close by to you and people can sleep there and go on Friday or whatever, is that one option? Because if you move and your family and your ties and everything is in Aja, you are disrupting yourself for an activity that still requires you to settle in that area. So it requires a bit of planning. And these days, with the way business world is now, location does 3 months before they go. So there are many models now. And then there's also the model of contract manufacturing as well, where somebody who has now set up, but they have days when there's downtime, and so they can do it and you just take a fee. So there are many models, but you would now, because it sounds to me like you want to Mowe because it's cheaper, would work. Because you would need to consider the cost of transportation of those products back to where your market is in Lekki or Aja area. It's a good problem to have because you're thinking about it, but you're in a venue and a location where ideas and all of that exist. So I hope you got the contact of the person with the package you like. I hope you're talking to the convener of the bootcamp so that you can get advice on things like the strategy and market entry and what have you. Yeah? So all the best. Thank you very much.
You see, this is my big sister. Our sessions, you know, I have to apologize to Lola because this is the second time we're doing it where we kept her all day till this time. And then thinking that, hey, why didn't we put Lola in the beginning? But somehow, we've also come up with a theory based on our experience doing this, that most times, those who stay till this time are actually the most important set of people that want to milk the entire session. You know, and then even if it's 2 people that are left in the room, it's important to communicate with those people. I want to thank, please, can you guys come up? We want to take a picture with Lola together. Hello, what's going on? Maybe you guys have eaten now. Hello, can you guys be in a hurry now? Why are you taking time like this? Of mine that You see, a lot of people, when we get big, you know, and it's important that all of us here, as we start our small businesses, commit not to doing it. As you go to fly. One until we have all won. TV and post share, and supporting us with pre-post coverage, and they have been amazing. Anytime you reach out to Uncle Fred, Grace this award. Grace is here. Grace is the M. So we have 2 awards here. Otto is going to collect on behalf of Poshare Web TV. Grace is going to collect on behalf of Mr. Oyemi. So Otto, come and hold your award temporarily first while I take a picture. So many people that we reach out to for not money. You have a platform, a bigger platform. Can we leverage it to reach more people? They will not answer you. Please come. We put it together. We thought it's the same group. Where are the women? Prosper, I think you should join us. And they came all the way to Ibadan, covered that event for like 8 hours. It's crazy. Support. Thank you so much. Please, can everybody say we love Web TV? We love Web TV. So we have a very little token grant that we want to give. We have about 250,000 naira that we want to give out to a few businesses here. And we have a panel, we have a few businesses that have been shortlisted to do a quick 3-5 minute speech. And we're going to call them out in order. We have a panel or something, you know. So our first panelist today, can you help me put up the panelist flyer? I don't think he's here. So we have Victor. Victor is a fantastic guy. Victor reached out to me first on LinkedIn about how they want to support, and he has been an amazing guy. Please give a round of applause to Victor Obioma. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Apologies, but you know we had to sort out 1 or 2 things. Okay, so yeah, we have 4 panelists. Where's Ugochi? I saw Ugochi just now. Please let me call Ugochi, please. So Ugochi is also opportunities with us, and she's an amazing. And then there's Ife Sinachi Okpagu. Is Ife Sinachi here? Is Ife Sinachi here? Okay, I don't think I've seen her today. Now there's Oluyemi Oloyede. Is Oluyemi here? Where is Chioma? Where is Chioma? Please, can you help me? The noise around there is too much. I don't think Oluyemi could come around. Oluyemi actually supported an endowment of this fund. You know, he's a fantastic guy that has committed to supporting us even on a continuous basis. Unfortunately, I don't think it could come. So I think that Jaus is going to help replace Oluyemi because Jaus is a seasoned accountant and is a very senior colleague in the profession. Please give your hand together for Suad Olawale. Where is Chioma? Where is Chioma or Shion? We're supposed to co-host this. Call Chioma now. Second mic. And my phone. Yeah, where is it?
So the first person is Basi. Aqua Osuk Enterprise.
Good afternoon, incorruptible panel of judges. My friends, my name is Ime Basi. I'm the CEO of Aqua Osuk Enterprises. We are an agribusiness startup in oil palm seedling production. Okay, one of the problems we are solving is the littering and burning of used plastic water sachets in Nigeria because they cause environmental pollution. One of the pollution is air pollution, which endangers health and public health and destroys the ozone layer and contributes to climate change. Our solution, new plastic bags. However, we collect used plastic water sachets and reuse them by planting oil palm seedlings in them. By this way, we are trying to, in order to create a demand for used plastic water sachets, we intend to work with institutions to spread the awareness of our innovation. For example, we want to work with the Nigerian Institute of Oil Production because they have the largest capacity in Nigeria. This will create a massive demand for useless other oil palm. Okay. Our value proposition, one of it is we are able to sell our oil palm seedlings at below the market price. For example, during the planting season this year, we sold our oil palm seedlings at the rate of 300 naira as against the market price of 500 naira per stand. To our market, last year 2000, the gap was about 5 into Nigeria. Our marketing plan, apart from our social media presence on all social media platforms, where we use content writing to spread the information and the trend in oil palm production in Nigeria. We go to oil palm cooperative and to introduce our products directly to the farmers. With this soft loan today, we'll use it to buy more oil palm seedlings to expand our oil palm seedling production. In conclusion, social entrepreneurship is a concept where businesses are used to solve challenges in our society.
Thank you very much. So the next person is Peter Bassi, PIB Global Service. Starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Bassi. I'm the CEO of PIB Global Services. PIB Global Services was founded last year with the environment at heart. What we do, we turn environmental problems into solutions. In the Lagos Lagoon, you see those plants that grows on top of the water, maybe corridor axis and all that. It's called water hyacinth. It has a lot of issues to the environment, because while they are alive, water hyacinths absorb a lot of oxygen, making the aquatic animals run short of oxygen. If you allow water hyacinths to decay on the water or the environment, they release methane into the environment. Methane, as we all know, is a greenhouse gas. So at PIB Global Services, we harvest this water hyacinths. We keep them to dry. When they are dried, we use what was designed in Germany. It's called cane. We carbonize the water hyacinth into charcoal. Now, this charcoal is in powder form. You can see it here. It's in powder form. So what we do, we now create different products from this biochar. That's the charcoal in powder form. It has an ability to absorb odor. So we take the charcoal in the powder form that is made from water hyacinth, we give it to poultry farmers. You know, people that are doing poultry farm, they have problems with fighting odor and all that. By the time you pour the biochar on the floor of your poultry farm, it's going to absorb the odor that you will not even perceive anything. once the poultry farm is due out over 55 tons of water waste to clean up water essence and recycle it into voucher and give it out to farmers. Some people came from Lagos Ministry of Agriculture. By God's grace, they have renewed the contract for this year, which we are currently doing. We are going to train and empower people at the JD terminal in Ikorodu exit. So what I have here is seed balls that's made from water hyacinth voucher. We have seed inside this seed ball. The idea here is to be able to plant trees seamlessly. You can see this particular one, this thing is trying to sprout out. Now, this concept from the day competition, young people should bring ideas on how to regrow the planet, plant more trees. So I entered into the competition with this idea of seed balls. And by God's grace, out of thousands of people that applied throughout the world, they selected only 14 people. And so if you take these seed balls, you throw them outside. Once they come in contact with water, the seed will start growing. The idea is that we want to use agricultural seeds like oranges, guavas, so that we can grow trees like in the Sahel that we are trying to fight reforestation. We can grow a lot of trees and people can even use the trees to maybe supply food for their needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the next person is Oluwakemi Lanio, pure natural meal. Pure neutral meal. Okay, Favor Adeleke, QQ Farms. She's not here? Okay. Oluwakemi Lanio, pure neutral meals. Okay, pure neutral meal, yeah.
After exclusive breastfeeding of my baby at 6 months, I was looking for a natural instant cereal that I can give to her. I checked some of the supermarkets. I couldn't find what I wanted. So this got me thinking. Then I went to my kitchen. I started mixing up ingredients together to make up instant cereal for her. People began to ask, what are you giving to her? She's healthy, she's chubby, and they're interested in what I give to her. So I gave them for free. And they came back to ask me to produce for them. That was how Pure Nutra came to existence. What is Pure Nutra mean? Pure Nutra mean is a natural instant cereal that contains all the essential nutrients needed for child development from 6 months to 5 years, as recommended by WHO. Our ingredients are locally selected. We have the soya bean, we have a potato, egg, fish mixed together to make up a natural cereal. Pure Nutra meat does not require cooking. And our market, how we market our products, we make use of social media such as Instagram, Facebook, and WhatsApp. Sometimes we subscribe on Facebook and Instagram to get more customers. Our revenue, our monthly revenue is 325,000 naira, and the total profit is 95,000 naira. Competitive advantage of Pure Nutra. One, Pure Nutra meat is in 500 grams and is affordable compared to other cereals that are 350 grams and are still at high price. Another advantage of Pure Nutra is it makes children to get familiar with family food in no time. And it's also a weight gain cereal. It boosts their immune system. Why we need this grant? If this grant is giving us more than 1,000 packs of Pure Nutra, as presently we produce 300 packs. Regulatory processes, we'll be able to get some of the certificates needed for the product. And as baby food, there is a lot of certificates that all the necessary equipment needed for this production. Pure Nutra will not just be an household item in Nigeria, but also outside Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so the next person. We have Ransom Okem, Rio Chem's Agricultural Services. Is the person here? Okay, next person. We have Rafiat Olaleye. Is the person here? Okay, waiting for you. Hi, Rafiat. You have just 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Olale Rafiat Olayinka. I'm the founder of Eco Heroes. Eco Heroes is a waste recycling and social benefit ventures. We motivate people to recycle their waste by giving them incentives like household, cash prize, and others. According to Lagos State Waste Management Authority, Nigerians generate over 300,000 metric tons of waste annually. And Lagos, being one of the most populated cities, generates 13,000 metric tons of waste daily. Even Nigeria consume 14,000 metric tons of tires annually. So at Eco Heroes, what we do is that we collect all these tires and we upcycle them into eco-friendly furnitures. Eco-friendly furnitures that are easily accessible, affordable, and you can get it, you can easily access it. These are some of our products. We transcribe the tire that we collect, we transcribe it into eco-friendly furnitures. So our revenue model, we get our waste from scavengers, we give them green points, and the green point, they can easily use it to redeem cash prize and food items. We also get our waste material from vulcanizers, land sites. So we collect the waste, we take it to our hub where they are turned to eco-friendly furnitures and we sell it out. So we have a large market size. So our traction so far, we've been able to make a revenue of 10 million naira and 600,000 naira. We have a customer of 1,550 and we have one up center. So far so good. We've been able to collect over 70,235 kg of waste. So we are requesting for this fund to be able to get a sewing machine, a drilling machine and a cutting machine, which will make our work more easier and we'll be able to make more product. It will also increase our revenue. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rafiat. Next person, Abiola Salami. Sari Nutrition. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Salami Abiola Rukayat, a registered dietitian with over 5 years of experience. I'm the founder of Sari Nutrition, and our vision at Sari Nutrition is to ensure Nigerians have access to safe, quality, affordable, and healthy, nutritious seasoning blends to improve their well-being. A few years back, when I did my internship at LUT, I was able to have conversation with majority of the patients who were hypertensive on the challenges they face because they are usually placed on a low-salt diet. And most of them said the challenges they faced were they were not able to get seasonings low in sodium at the market because the ones at the market are high in MSG, have a lot of sugars, additives. So this was like a challenge for them, and they had no choice because there was no alternative. So they had to keep eating their food that has no taste because they understand the implications of using this type of seasoning blends on their health. So this triggered me to just find a solution to make impact in these people's lives, you and me and Nigeria as a whole. So I started making my research and I got to know that WHO in 2019 said 10% of deaths among Nigerians were caused by cardiovascular diseases. And by 2022, if we are not careful, 1 out of every 5 Nigerians will have hypertension. And also, they were able to link that high intake of salt, they were able to link it together with when your consumption of salt intake is high, you could actually be at risk of developing cardiovascular diseases. So myself and my team decided to provide a solution by formulating seasoning blends, low in sodium, free from MSG, preservatives, chemicals, and we also made sure that we use herbs and spices that has anti-inflammatory and antioxidant properties that can promote heart function. And aside from that, we made sure that it also has lots of flavor. It adds lots of flavor, taste, and aroma to Nigerian dishes because we understand that meal times should be pleasurable, even if you have a disease condition or you want to live a healthy lifestyle. So we started our business in 2019, and from 2019 to now, we've sold over 30,000 bottles. We have over 10 distributors in Lagos, and we currently supply an African market in Malaysia. We also export to UK and USA. We are NAFDAC certified, and we've also been able to create 8 different spice blends to help Nigerians create a variety of dishes. So we are a team of 4, myself, dietitian, a food scientist, and a business developer. So having all the experience, we've been able to build a unique and formidable brand. So what do we need this fund for? We want to purchase a 10 kg stainless steel grinder so that we can, this will help us increase our productivity by 40%. We'll be able to create like 7 other spice blends based on customers' preference, just so that they can just make both continental and local dishes. And also, we'll be able to, so this will lead to increase in revenue generation by 30%, and most importantly, we'll be able to increase our staff capacity, like employ more people at least by 20%. So what impact do we create? So as an SDG-focused company, we are focusing on SDG 1, 2, 3, and 8. So SDG 1, we try as much as possible to collaborate with farmers, buy products from them to reduce, to help them reduce poverty. Then SDG 2, which is zero hunger, there's a window of opportunity, so you can always sell our product and make more money. Then SDG 3, which is to promote health and well-being. So with our spices, we are promoting health and well-being, and we also collaborate with NGOs when they go for nutrition counseling, to teach people about living healthy. Then SDG 8, which is economic and decent growth. So we try as much as possible to employ people, to just contribute to reduce job employment in the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicholas Ajana, NV Global Recycling Limited. Are you here? Okay. Esther. Please, you have just 3 minutes.
Hello, good evening. My name is Ololade Akiriade. I'm the founder of Eston Essentials. Eston Essentials is a skincare and hair care brand, a Nigerian-based registered skincare and hair care brand that provides solutions to skincare and hair care problems such as traction alopecia, postpartum alopecia, male pattern baldness, acne, skin bumps, and so on. We have product ranges, but I'll be focusing on just 2 products. I'll be focusing on our best-selling product, the Follicle Rejuvenator. It's a hair growth serum, and this is our best-selling product. And I'll be focusing on our tinted sunscreen for Black people. So what prompted me to start this business was I was bald. And I tried all sorts of products, and it didn't work until I started making my own products. So I experimented until I found the right formula, and that's how I made the Follicle Rejuvenator, and I decided to start helping other people with their hair problems. Also, I noticed that as a Black woman, there are no sunscreens for Black women. Most sunscreens leave white marks on your skin, making you look pale and ashy. And sometimes they don't even give enough protection. So I decided to make the tinted sunscreen for Black people. It blends perfectly with the skin, and it also protects from sun damage. In terms of growth plan, we have our advertising strategy, and basically we've used influencer marketing, and it's proven effective. So this is our most effective advertising strategy so far that has been able to bring in a whole lot of traffic. And this year we've been able to sell 770 bottles of just the Follicle Rejuvenator so far this year. So we've generated 2,695,000 naira just from the sale of our Follicle Rejuvenator, and it's our best-selling product. And I should also be talking about our target audience. So for our target audience, it ranges between the ages of 21 to 50. So we have young women who have traction alopecia as a result of trauma from supposed protective hairstyles such as braids, and we have elderly women who have also lost hair due to low estrogen levels as a result of premenopausal symptoms or menopausal symptoms. So what sets us apart from our competitors is the fact that our products are 100% natural and safe, so they don't have any side effects. Because most of our protective customers, the first question they ask is, I hope your products don't have any side effects because I've used some and it's given me this and that. So our products are 100% natural. We're trying to get a well-equipped factory that will be eligible for NAFDAC approval. We'll be getting our NAFDAC number next month for the follicle rejuvenator, but we also want to get NAFDAC number for each and every single one of our product range. So we want to get a well-equipped factory that will be eligible for NAFDAC approval. With that, we can distribute our products in stores, and that way we would have visibility not just online, but also offline, and then we can make more sales. So we won't be totally social media dependent. And here are testimonials. Can you make it a bit louder? All right. Yeah, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Are you sure? So, the seed man, the man who makes seed, I can't remember your name. Okay. How do you price these seeds? And who are your target audience? How do you price? So, what's the cost of this seed, for example? And who do you primarily look to sell to? Can you give him a mic, please?
Okay, so to answer that, what we do is that depending on who we are selling the seeds to, that's where we know how much we price. For instance, we are getting contracts from reforesting organizations like Ministry of Forestry that are trying to grow trees. So they will give us a contract. They tell us the seeds they want. We'll produce the seeds balls for them in large quantity. They pay us. So if we are giving it to maybe seed companies like the National Agricultural Seeds Council have invited us for an exhibition ending of this month in Abuja. So what we do is that we are going to collaborate with seed companies that wants to showcase or preserve their own seeds. So they will tell us the quantity of seeds they want to preserve. We produce the seed balls for them, and they'll pay us. So depending on the quantity they want to preserve or they want us to make seed balls from, we can charge them maybe from 10 naira to 100 naira, depending on the size of the seeds. And like you see, what you have there is an okra seed. If you are making these for people that want to sell okra seeds or maybe to okra farmers, people that want to plant okra seeds, the price we are going to charge them will not be the same like we are going to charge people that are doing like that my brother was doing palm tree stuff like that. So depending on the quantity and the kind of seeds.
Who is your primary audience?
Local farmers and organizations that are promoting tree planting. Like we are also trying to work with the Nigerian Conservation Foundation.
So is your cost of production constant?
The cost of production is not constant.
I mean, because you said your price is dependent on audience, on customer.
Yeah.
But what about your cost of production? Is it also dependent on customer?
The cost of production is constant because we're water hyacinths, we harvest them, we don't pay for it, we just go and harvest them. Then people that we used to, people that harvest the water hyacinths for us are our staff, we should pay salary every day. And people who use the water hyacinths voucher first are poultry farmers that we are creating a value for them. So we are not paying them, they are not paying us.
So why I ask is, I mean, because you have to always be able to speak to a price point.
Of course.
And your price point is always born out of your cost of production.
Yeah.
And then so your price points can then modulate, you can then vary based on volumes.
Of course.
Not that it's bad for you to do a pitch and say, oh, our pricing is based on whoever is buying. It means you are simply saying, oh, at times I want Peter to pay Paul. Meaning, oh, if you have money, I can sell to you 100 naira. If you don't have money, I can sell you to 10 naira. So it's important that you have a price point, but your price point can then vary. It's economies of scale. You are buying more, or you are buying in large quantity, I can sell at less price. But there has to be a price point.
That's why I said from 10 naira per seed to 100 naira, depending on the seeds you are doing and the quantity.
So how many do you do currently per annum?
We produce up to 10,000 seed balls per month.
Per month?
Yes, per month.
So what are you going to do with this funding?
What we are going to do with the funding is we want to buy harvesters for water hyacinth. Because
how much is that?
The harvester, they want to buy a canoe that has a boat, an engine in it. So it's about 350,000. You understand? And we already have people who can drive this boat and who are also swimmers because we don't.
But this money is not enough to buy that.
But it's at least can get us. Yeah, it can get us.
All right, thank you. Do you have any questions for him? Okay. Okay. Should I quickly finish with mine? I have. Okay. The breastfeeding. Is it breastfeeding now? That was the example she gave. The baby food. The sustainable. Yeah. How do you process and where do you manufacture and how? What's your production process like? How do you take care of hygiene and all these things? Because I think you said you are still processing your NAFDAC. You have your NAFDAC? Okay. Please, where is
Okay, how we process. Presently, I have a hydrating machine that do that for us. But the challenge I'm facing is how to grind because I don't have a personal grinding machine, which I'm working towards, and that's why I want to add my savings together to produce that. But the major equipment you need for this product is the hydrating machine.
So how much is that?
The hydrating machine is 400,000 naira.
This money is not enough.
I have that. I'm talking about machine now.
What do you want to do with this money?
I want to buy a grinding machine.
Okay, how much is grinding machine?
Grinding machine is 200,000 naira. So with the savings, the little savings, and if I'm able to win, as in the first prize though, if I'm able to win the first prize, I'll add it up. And even if I don't win the first prize, I'll add it up to buy my product.
So just a quick one. You haven't answered my question, right? So that's how you produce.
Yes.
What I'm asking is, where is your factory?
Okay, my factory is my house. Okay. I have a big compound and a big kitchen.
So how do you ensure that the hygiene and all these things in terms of?
So NAFDAC came and they checked, and it is well hygienic.
I mean, yeah, fair enough. Ordinarily, I mean, if you have NAFDAC number.
Okay. Thanks for the presentation you did. So, who are your competitors?
Okay, presently, my core competitors are Colorful Giggles and August Secret. But the major competitors I have is Colorful Giggles because Colorful Giggles is also into an instant cereal. But August Secret is a natural cereal that requires you to cook on fire. The three of us, the two competitors are natural. We are dealing with natural cereal. But one requires cooking on fire, one does not require cooking on fire.
Okay, so do you have a special market that you tend to cater to? Because if the bigger guys, the FMCG guys, come into that sector, they can probably use competition to probably drive you away. I'm talking about the guys of Nestle, the guys of P&G, all these bigger guys have the financial war chest so is there any market you are, specifically targeting?
Okay, as the world is going, we talk about Nestle. Nestle cereals are into preservatives and artificial colors. And as the world is going, people now understood the fact that natural food is the best. And that's why mothers are longing to start with natural food for their kids instead of them going into the preservatives or artificial colors food. So I believe we have a market already because people are really longing, mothers are really longing to get a family food for their children. Because we have the challenges of my baby eats cereals, the preservative cereals, and the child cannot eat the family food. So that's where we come in. Instead of them introducing the preservatives food or artificial food for them, we can start up with the family food.
So how do you create confidence in people? Because people tend to want to believe the guys that they know they have a standard production process. Some of us are a little bit weary of untested and unknown. Especially if it's something that has to do with something put in our mouth, something put in the mouth of my children. More or less a one-woman business or something, maybe 2-3 person business, and this is something that has to do with. Sometimes NAFDAC might not be enough. Of course, you said you've been tested by NAFDAC, but how do you intend to manage that challenge of people seeing you as because people are very, very careful when it comes to things that we eat.
Okay, so that's why we engage our customers most often, and that's why we have Instagram and Facebook. Most of the time, I'm always transparent. I sometimes do videos of how the production is. So there is a video we upload on Instagram to see how we produce our product, the environment we are into, and we know that we are just starting. We believe that with time, we will definitely get there. And so one customer comes to us and asks questions like that, oh, are you so sure? Even sometimes customers will not even buy. But as time goes on, the more I engage them on social media, or saying I'm interested now. And that keeps us going. That helps us a lot.
Thank you.
To be honest, okay, you have a question? To be honest, we believe in what you're doing. One of our previous winners does something like yours. August Secret was here today. I don't know if you saw her. Yeah, the founder of August, Tony, was here. So, we totally buy into what you're doing, but our questions is just to also ascertain some of so that you meet our parameters, so you have questions, right?
Yes, I do. Great presentation, thank you. But you mentioned a few things when you were making your presentation, and it's very important that you back it up with facts. You mentioned that your product contains certain nutrients that are good for kids. Very nice if you can tell us exactly the particular nutrients you're referring to. So that's my first question. Could you kindly tell us the nutrients in particular you're referring to?
Okay, Pure Natural Meal is actually a balanced diet cereal. So when we talk about balanced diet cereals, we're talking about the protein, the carbohydrate, the fat and oil, the vitamin, the vegetable, and the fruit. So Pure Natural Meal consists of all these 5 vital nutrients. Like example, we have 4 varieties. The foodie cereal. In foodie cereal, there is potato, there is egg, there is banana, there is butter, and
good. That's what I thought we were going to do. Tell us the content and the nutrients that it gives.
Okay, it's because it's a 3 minutes stuff.
Great. My other question is, you mentioned NAFDAC, which congratulations, although I'm wary about how you're able to get NAFDAC to approve, even when you have your factory in your house. That's quite, but this is fair. So let's talk about trademark, right? Because of course competition is something you have to be wary about. What have you done to trademark your business?
I have a trademark certificate already.
Oh, interesting. Okay, great. So, and lastly is preservation, because what you're doing is you're ensuring that babies get food that is as natural as possible. But of course, with that kind of meal also comes with the challenge of preservation, right? Because if certain chemicals are not added, it wouldn't last for as long. So what are you doing in that regard?
Okay, that is a wrong perspective. Once the food is well dry, You can Google it. You can dry a fish. If a fish is well dried, it can last for 5 good years. If potato is well dried, it can last for 5 years. So the most important thing is make sure all the food are well dried. Once there is no moisture in it, it lasts for a long period of time.
Okay. Thank you for the knowledge. 5 years.
Yes, you can Google it. Is it?
That means kilishi can last for 10 years.
If it is well preserved and well hydrated though.
So you are pure neutral male, am I correct?
Yes.
So I penned down a couple of things. Very, very clear pitch, I would say, straight to the point and concise. But I have a concern. So my little daughter calls Golden Mon Kotimon. Yeah? So my question is, how are you able to track feedbacks? What are the feedbacks from the mothers whom you interact with, who actually are the first line contact between your product and market? Then if I met an average mother, what would she say about your product, basically?
Okay.
These are some of the things
How I wish my PowerPoints was given to you, because the testimonies, some of the testimonies are there. Yes. Okay. So most of the time when I sell, I make sure I get a feedback from customers, whether good or bad. It makes me improve. So most of the feedback I got from my customers are a well done, a good work. Yes, a good work, and they are more interested to buy more. For some customers that bought one, they are eager to buy 4, and they are even telling some of their friends, "Oh, I've gotten Pure Nutra. Pure Nutra is a natural," and even the taste. They will tell you that some average mothers will say, indeed, it's a natural food.
Where do you catch the most of your customers?
Okay, where I catch most of my customers is on Facebook. Yes, I do run an advert, and I subscribe on Facebook and Instagram, like sponsored adverts to get more customers.
Okay, so I think my comments are mostly positive. You did a very good job with your delivery.
Thank you.
I like that you were very clear with your future outlook for the company. You also were very clear on what you needed the grant for. Your elevator pitch was powerful because you mentioned some very critical vital points, which was talking about WHO. So overall, I would say that it was an impressive delivery.
Thank you.
So, but eventually we would all wait for the record at the end of the day. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, so recycled furniture. Is it recycled furniture? Tire to furniture? Yeah. Is that one? Eco, I think it's Eco Heroes, yeah. So I have a question for you. You make 10 million plus per annum?
Yeah, actually we also collect plastic waste too. So
No,
we
no,
sell
hold on.
plastic
Your
waste.
revenue per annum is 10 million plus.
No, see, we started operation in 2019.
Oh, you're cumulative.
Yes, sir.
You see, all these terminologies are very critical.
Okay.
Because if you tell, so for example, definition of micro businesses, small businesses in Nigeria. So let me start. Micro businesses are those that make less than 10 million.
All right.
Small businesses are those that make less than 25 per annum.
Okay.
Medium are those that make less than 100 per annum. So when you say things like, so if I want to give my money to micro business and you come and say you make 10 million plus per, I've already eliminated you from the list. So if you are saying it's cumulative, if you are not sure of these things, it's better to speak to numbers of your production. Oh,
right.
I sell 700 bottles a year. I sell 2,000 bottles. But when you start throwing numbers around, then you have to be very careful.
All right.
You know, so that's just my only question. I thought you'd make 10 million plus a year. So
no.
Even me, I've never seen 10 million.
I am very biased towards, recycling. I like what you do, and I think it's great. I went through your deck, and I think you're doing a good job. But then do you have a retail leg to your business?
Did I have what?
Do you have a retail leg to your business? How do you sell what you make?
Okay, currently how we sell our products, our waste tires, we sell on Gigi and we sell on social media.
Okay, and how much does one go for?
We have different. We have they have one that have glass on.
What's your highest selling product, and how much is it?
IS. That one is 30,000. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. And on the average, how many do you sell in a year?
In a year, we sell 50.
In a year, you sell 50.
Yes.
What do you need the grants for then?
Currently, if we want to make our tire, we need to take our fabric to all these fashion designer shops to sew our fabrics for us. So we are trying to get a sewing machine. We also need a cutting machine that we can use to cut our plywood, because now a sewing machine is between 60 to 65,000 naira. So a cutting machine, we'll be getting a cutting machine for 35,000, and we also need a drilling machine too.
So here's my question. Sorry, if you've made 10 million naira since you started, are you saying that you're unable to raise 250K to buy all these things that you require? Thank you.
You are Eco Heroes, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so like Ayo mentioned, very brilliant pitch, but the thing is, I'm seeing you're not matching your numbers. So while you mentioned, you said one of your tires, one of your products cost 30,000 and you do 50 in a year.
Yes,
I quickly did the mathematics and I could find that you come up with 1.5 million. So I'm wondering why you need 200,000 to add to your operations.
That is revenue, not profit that we are making.
Yes, so I was going to ask, are you able to separate your operation cost versus your revenue, basically, or your profit? So what is your profit every year, ideally?
Okay, on a tire, if we are making a tire now, after taking it to tailoring and every other thing, we are selling for 30,000 naira. At the end of the day, we are not making more than like 10,000 naira on it.
Okay, this is clear now.
Thank you.
You can go, please.
Thank you.
Okay, apologies. Seasoning, the seasoning products, Sawi Nutrition. Yeah, you said that you needed a grinder. How much is your grinder?
Stainless steel grinder now should be 250.
So you see, you said you don't have NAFDAC yet, right?
No, we have NAFDAC.
You have NAFDAC?
Yes.
Okay, where do you manufacture?
I manufacture at there's an incubation center at Ikotun. That was where I did my NAFDAC. So that's where we do production from.
Oh, it's an incubation for production?
Yes.
What's the name of the place?
It's for Nasi.
I don't know what Nasi is.
Nasi, but it's at Ikotun, so I have to go all the way from Agege to Ikotun.
It's just their neighbors.
They are not neighbors, because actually I have like a 2 kg grinder, but the customer base has grown, so you really cannot serve us.
You said you do about how many? 700. How many do you do in a year? How many do you sell?
Okay, so from January till now, we've sold over, let me say monthly, we sell on an average, 1,500 to 2,000 bottles monthly.
And how much is each?
So each is, it depends because we do business to business and business to consumers. So the price we sell to distributors is different from the price we sell to consumers. Because they are reselling, so we cannot sell. So for example, if one bottle is 500 to final consumer, we have to sell.
Why is it so difficult for you to be able to say, this is the amount that I sell?
It's because
it's a bottle. A bottle is a retail item.
Okay, a bottle is 500 naira.
Exactly. Then you can say, oh, it's just like Coke. Coke is not 100 naira to retailers. Are you following me?
Yes.
Coke is Coke. Coke is 100 naira per bottle. Irrespective, if I'm a distributor, I can negotiate. That's economies of scale. But it usually doesn't sit well if somebody asks you, what's your price point? Even if it's a service where it's difficult. If you are pitching, you don't pitch and start saying it depends. No. You need to have a price point so that people can calculate your margins. People can know, okay, if this business is viable. Do you get what I mean?
Yes.
Especially when it's a product. Your product is supposed to be retail. It's in a bottle. You must have a price. Yes. Otherwise, the impression you are giving to me is you are not doing business. You are just making the bottle, and if somebody tells you I can buy this thing for 1,000, you quickly give them. If somebody says it's 15 naira, you give them.
No.
No, that's the impression you give across. You do this thing every day. You say you do 2,000 bottles a month, and you cannot give me a price.
It's 500 naira per bottle.
Exactly. So how much do you sell to wholesalers, to resellers?
We sell 400.
Okay, excellent. So what's your cost, unit cost? What's your cost price?
So unit cost per bottle is 250.
Okay. Do you have any questions for her?
Thank you. Sari Nutrition, right? Yes. I think it's a good thing that you're doing. Although I see a bit of a challenge because my strategy to ensure that you're not selling to a niche market, which is people that are have issues in quotes, right? Because the core of what you're selling is healthy nutrition, right? And everybody should, based on the statistics that you have shared with us, very scary statistics. That means everybody really should adapt and get in line with what you're selling. So what is your strategy? What's your marketing strategy to get everybody to leave the other brands, and then start to think healthy nutrition? What's your strategy?
Okay, so one of our strategy is we leverage on food influencers that we know that they have a lot of audience of, especially mothers. So we tell them about our product and they tell their audiences. Then another thing is we also collaborate with NGOs that does volunteering services. So I personally volunteer with some of them. So when we go, aside from nutrition counseling, I also tell them about the spices, why they need to change, why they need to start using it, even if it's going to be a gradual process. Because as you said, we love sweet food, but it's a gradual incorporation. And we also have a WhatsApp group where even if you've not bought our spices and you want to learn how to use herbs and spices to cook, so you can always come on. Then we also teach them. So because we teach them, apart from using our spices, like how to use garlic and ginger. So when they use it and they see results, so gradually, the mentality changes that, okay, so I don't have to use those seasonings.
Okay, I really do wish you all the best because I think that it's a big challenge, right? Getting people to, it's a behavioral change, and of course it affects taste, so it's a lot of work.
Yes.
But what I'm going to advise is for you to have like your bullseye. The people that have conditions that require these things should focus heavily on them because frankly, if my 60-something-year-old father, right, needs to change his diet because of condition, the 21-year-old, I can see, right, the impact of it and I can start, possibly changing. So those people can actually be your biggest influencers, people who really need it to survive.
Yes, like I use some of my colleagues that work in the hospital as dietitians.
Great.
So
My second question is about how do you source your raw materials? How do you source for them?
Okay, so we have organic farmers that we source from, like Okpe Farms, Tisu Berries. So that's where we get some of our ingredients. Then Mavico Farms, Mavico. So we get some from them. Then Tiger Foods, we get some ingredients from them too.
As far as that aspect of your business is concerned, how settled are you now? Here's the reason I'm asking, because too many times we have a few people who can supply us raw materials and then we're good. right? But then something happens, maybe there's a curfew in their area or something happens and then they can't supply and then we are out of business, right? So how settled are you in that aspect as far as raw materials are
Okay,
concerned?
so because we understand supply chain, so I've made sure that I've joined different groups where we have farmers groups, spices groups. So there are always lots of. So now I'm aware of so many aggregators that can always get us one of these one or two ingredients.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so your presentation was fantastic, and I think that your area of focus is also very good. You had a very solid delivery. I think my question is around scale. So how do you intend to scale your business, and do you think it's scalable?
Yes, our business is scalable. So our future milestone is in the next 5 years. So we want to be one of the biggest seasoning brand. And we are also, since we have our NAFDAC now, so the plan is to be across 20 supermarkets across Southwest region by 2022. Then we would also be creating more spice blends. As a customer-centric company, we always put our ears to the ground on trends and changes and what these people want. And because of the COVID now, so it has really shown that people want a lot of spices because, you know, the COVID has made people understand that, okay, now we need to start eating healthy. So the spice market is big. It's over like $20 billion. So it's a big market.
Okay, and that was quite clear. And are you currently in any supermarkets now?
Okay, so we got our NAFDAC number last month, and we're already working on proposal. Like I met someone yesterday at an event, so I'm already working on proposal to start, since we have the NAFDAC now, so we can always take proposals to them and look forward to it.
Okay, so I'm just going to make some comments on your presentation, and that's because it's important for every other business here. Your opening introduction was powerful. I wouldn't say it was exceptional. You introduced yourself, you introduced your qualification, and that was a huge endorsement for you. And also you mentioned about your team and the characteristics of your team. You didn't, because I mean the presentation was right behind us, even though we have the soft copy, but you made sure you mentioned your team. So that was powerful also because it tells us that you have other qualified people who are working with you. You just don't wake up and take decisions by yourself. You also mentioned export, correct?
Yes.
And how many years has your business been for?
Okay, 2019. So we have customers there that some do private packaging with us, and for some they have like they sell African foods there, like make African dishes there. So we send our product to them.
Okay. So in terms of your marketing, that's very good as well. So in terms of your marketing, you guys are solving huge public health issues. So one idea that I would also suggest, I saw all your marketing channels. You could try to collaborate with people who make like souvenirs this Christmas period. Give them some free packages to also add in the souvenirs that they are giving out so that you can talk about the brand and get people to use it. So congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you. No, you can go and sit down. I mean, I just thought to do like a quick summary because I thought that a few things were missing in the presentations of pretty much everybody. When you are presenting for a pitch, it is not a conversation with a friend. It is not a conversation with your colleagues. It's actually you professionally asking for money, professionally begging, meaning that there are certain things that you really have to do and put into practice. I've watched like 5 or 6 people that presented, and I think that a few things were missing. And I just would like to share, generally, just so that we all can learn together. I am still learning as well. I think top on the list and very important is the fact that you must speak to the judges, right? A bulk of the presenters faced the audience, which is okay, but you must learn to share your time with the audience and the judges, because the people on the high rise are the ones making the decision, right? If the bulk of your words are towards the audience, you get a clap, you get the applause, but you need to speak to the judges. We need to understand exactly how it is your business runs and what it is that the grant will do for you. Secondly is to regularly call your company's name. You must call it, not too repeatedly, but you must make an impression with it. You shouldn't have us guessing what it is or trying to remember, right? Because at the end of the day, when you go into the market, you're fighting with several other brands, so you have to be distinct and you have to make an impression. First, you assume that we are your primary target audience as far as this is concerned, so you must make an impression with the name of your company and, very importantly, your unique selling points. We must remember, good thing is I remembered a bulk of the selling points because they kept mentioning, for example, you mentioned the Echo people, even though you didn't get the name, but at least they remembered, which is fine. But it's very important that two things are very clear, the name of your company and your unique selling points. Also, don't forget to get your numbers right. Get your numbers right. Numbers can be confusing, so get the ones that are very important. How many things you do, how many you sell, how much you have made. Don't get it wrong. Don't get confused because, don't cram too many numbers. Just get the few ones and get them right. Very important is you make projections. In 5 years' time, in 10 years' time, it just makes us believe that this business is here for a long time and doesn't just want our money, I want to run, right? So make projections. This is what you want to do in 5 years, in 10 years' time. And very importantly, the last one is the budget. How do you plan to spend the money that will be given to you? It must be clear, it must be believable, and it must show that it would help the business run in the next few months and years. These are the very few things that you must critically consider, and they always must be in your presentation when you're making a pitch for a grant. I thought to mention. Thank you very much.
Okay. General comments. So while the collation is going on, with the other panel of judges, I just have some couple of comments which I want to pass across. The first person that spoke, I would advise that you work on your delivery. It was difficult to know what we were talking about. So please, next time, try to practice well, try to be familiar with your product, try to work on your presentation. Sometimes, presentation is as good as the substance, okay? The second person that spoke, the other gentleman, the first few minutes were a little bit, it was difficult to know the ideas, to follow your train of thought. But at some point towards the end of the presentation, you did quite well. So I would advise you to approach that in the early stages of your presentation, try to make your ideas known, try to make the problem you want to solve known. So it's always important that, everybody takes that as a feedback. So the presentation for the first two speakers were not so great, excellent. I know that, sometimes because you are the one speaking first, you might have that disadvantage of, but notwithstanding, I think, you could do better on the quality of presentation. Our good friend, Pure Nutra, our presentation was, okay, and, she also came around to answer the questions quite all right. So my only advice for you is just for you to be able to, know your competitors, know that you're dealing with a market that is very, very sensitive. Something has to do with edibility, something has to do with food, something has to do with. So it's quite important that you study that market well. And our friend Rofia, that Eco Furniture woman. So I would just advise you that you go and study people that have done well in that regard in the past. There has to be people that space. You have a good. One advantage you have is that you are operating in a space that is that people are. Is a niche exactly. Sustainability. These are things that people want to hear now. So environment friendliness and all of that. You are solving a major problem which I think should even beyond here something that could actually land you into bigger opportunities if well exploited and well packaged. And the last presenter, last but one presenter, Abiola. Sorry, you did well. Presentation nice. you knew your stuff very well, and your idea was, was fine as well. And I did a quick LinkedIn search of you, and I saw that you've got your degree in dietetics. You're a professional dietitian or something, and nutritionist, or stuff like that. So what you are doing is actually related to what you studied in school. So you're a professional, you're an expert in it. Try to project that expertise, like you're not just the case of I can't get a job, so that's why I just decided to start a business. It's something I actually studied in school. It's something so that's one strength that you probably need to. I probably wasn't listening then. Oh, good. So that was a good introduction, and you've got a good selling point in that, given the fact that it's what you spent 5 years to study in school, and that's what you are doing. So it's not just the case of somebody, I can't get a job, so let me just look for a business. So overall, I think the presentations are okay, and everyone has done a good job within their capacity. So that was my general comment to everybody. Thank you.
Okay, so this is to everyone who presented, but you also did a fantastic job. But I would say let your delivery be more, be prepared for your delivery, in fact. Just be more prepared and create your slides in such a way that the viability of the business areas of growth for you. Then for the person who, the second presenter, who is, I think, Beehive Global. Where are you, please? Is he still here? Okay, but it was a fantastic thing he did that he brought a sample of his, okay, you're here. It was a fantastic thing you did that you brought a sample of what you do, because what you do is not something that can be easily conceptualized. But that was a very good one. I must commend you for it. I would say your delivery was excellent. And your idea is brilliant, especially as, we are looking to the future of what is happening in agriculture. So please keep it up. Also, I would like to say that for the viability of the business, you will need to actually focus on that so that whenever you are presenting, it is very clear the impact your business is going to have in terms of numbers, what your processes are, and all of that. So congratulations. Okay, for the third person, who is, I think, Pure Neutral Meals. Who is Pure Neutral Meals, please? Okay. So, I already gave you some feedback earlier that your presentation was also excellent. And I like that you gave the future outlook for your business. Also, you were very clear on what your revenue and profit is. And I must comment that you already have your trademark. I don't know how you are pulling that off, but that's very good. And you also have done your NAFDAC, even though you're operating from home. That's very smart, because for food businesses, you need that level of endorsement. So it tells me that you're a very, serious-minded businesswoman. So please keep it up. And don't let anything deter you. I hope that eventually someday you will be branding like the Maggies and, And we have Eco Heroes, the brilliant lady with the tires. Please, that idea is superb. I was looking at it and I said, eventually most of the restaurants in Lagos will start having their furniture made with tires. So that was a very good one. In terms of your numbers, the feedback you've gotten already. So please sit with your team and make sure you get your numbers at your fingertips. As numbers are good, when you're pitching, right? But you also need to know the audience you are pitching to. You see, like Mr. Ayo spotted, in terms of MSMEs and the categories and all of that. So you need to watch your numbers, but your idea, the concept, the overall concept is excellent, And then our final presenter, who is Abiola Salami, Sari Nutri, very commendable presentation, I must say. I've already said that before. Your problem statement was very clear. Your solution, excellent. And the impact, she not only talked about the problem she was solving, she talked about what the impact was going to be. and it's a massive impact. So please, for any other person who is preparing a pitch, please pay attention to your impact. Earlier on, I've mentioned about teams. That's very, very key. An investor wants to know who the team is, because sometimes we are investing not just in the idea, but also in the person and the quality of the people behind the idea, because that way you can bet on your money that your money is going to be utilized well. Okay, I think overall, well done everybody who has presented today, and fantastic ideas. The lady for the hair, please, I'm going to meet you after everything, even though you are not. But
I won't go about talking what my fellow panelists have talked about. I'll just go straight to the point. Like pure neutral meal, I have a suggestion for you to make part of your marketing strategy visiting hospitals where nursing mothers are going for antenatal. That's a market you need to tap into, and I mean, it's a very huge market because these mothers have a way of convincing one person to convince another person and to convince another person and drive a traffic to you, basically. So that's my direct feedback for you. And then for Sari Nutrition, the lady who does ingredients, please follow Jamila Lawal. That's her name. Jamila Lawal is on Facebook and on LinkedIn. She's the key nutrition person that drives advocacy for, so to say, food products for Nestle Nigeria, and she's very big with them. She's to her for you, basically. So but follow her at least, and then I'll mention you to her as we're leaving now. And then the lady who does tires, I think I reached out to you, but I didn't get a feedback. So please check your emails and try to keep checking your emails. I reached out to you 2 or 3 weeks ago, not knowing you would even come for this speech, but I didn't get a feedback.
Okay, thank you so much. I mean, we have amazing people here. I mean, the truth is this boot camp is supposed to be 2 days. This pitch is supposed to happen the morning of the second day, but again, until when we are able to get, unfortunately, the ministry people are not here. Until when we are able to get the budget, to stretch these things, and then if we have bigger money, people will have better food, we can go, people can stay longer. Again, we'll get there very soon. It's been an amazing session. Generally, I think I'm going to have to take a session on how to write pitch decks, how to present pitches and all these kind of things. Please, always look out to get designers or people who can help you repackage your pitch properly so that you communicate more in terms of written content. And then in terms of spoken word, right, it doesn't have to be very long. Stay in front of your mirror. I was just telling one of my team members to go and buy a book called, what's that guy? Larry King's book, how to talk to anyone, anywhere, anyhow, or anytime or something. It's an amazing book. It helps you if you are going to be pitching. I mean, this is not a lot of money you are pitching for, but of course we have, in fact, from this night I've decided that we're going to make this money bigger because the way it's boring everybody. Now, either you win tonight or not, everybody who has presented today, the hair lady, the furniture, the sea wheel, everybody, if you are still around, please reach out to us. We're going to help promote you on our social media pages. We will also find ways to support in terms of any advisory services that you may require. We would also share opportunities with you when we see them. Based on the votes that we have here, so what we've chosen to do now is that we're going to split 250K among 3. I think I mentioned that earlier, right? So we're going to give 120,000 to the first winner. We're going to give 80,000 to the second, and we're going to give 50,000 to the third. Where it may not buy all the things that you want to buy, but at least to go somewhere. We're also, when you win, we also would follow up NAFDAC number with our money. One of them has already gotten an additional machine, with our funds. And they always give us this feedback. They tag us on social media. We have a close-knit community. The whole idea is For example, I told the CEO lady that August Secret was here earlier. The whole idea is you have people who can mentor you along all this path. The sky is big enough for everybody to win. This market is huge, you know, and we're barely just scratching the surface of it. So we need to leverage more on competition, you know, rather than competition. You know, even though competition is going to be there eventually, but we need to compete more. So the third place for us today, based on the votes of, and I'm not INEC, I'm not rigging this election. This is what people have voted. The third place on behalf of the panelists and the entire Lagos SMEBootCamp team and our partners is PIB Seed Balls. Please, once we are done, we'll take a picture with the panelists, you know, one by one, and then one with me, right? The second place for 80,000 Naira grant is, I don't know what this is. Pure neutral cereals. You know, you see, again, if an idea is good, it is good. You can't do anything about it. Save Bear Foods in Ibadan. You know, Save Bear Foods is one of our community members that I told you just got one of the machines or something. She was one of our beneficiaries. She does almost exactly the same thing. She was one of our beneficiaries in Ibadan. And this is a different panel. I think it's only Victor that was on that panel in Ibadan. And I mean, this is unanimous, actually. Everybody chose this person as number one. You know, amazing delivery, amazing business idea. Viability is good. Overall packaging, presentation is solid. I mean, we should interact more so that you're able to scale your business properly. Ladies and gentlemen, winner for tonight is Sari Nutrition. So, please, starting with the number one, you come up here, we'll take a picture, ladies and gentlemen. You wait for us to first, the panelists, they go first, and then